What is up, duelists? Welcome on this wonderful Sunday to another iteration of the Challenger Cup. We are getting closer and closer to the Worlds qualifying tournament that is happening next month. So we are definitely going to take a closer look at what kind of decks do well in today's tournament. I'm excited to see what the meta is like at the moment. Of course, there's also still another Forbidden Limited list that is not in effect yet for this one, but still, I think we're going to see some good tournament gameplay today that is certainly going to be relevant for the second stage. So, the tournament has just begun, actually, as we speak, so we can hop right in without much talking. We can move over here to the duel room and pick a feature match for round number 1. These games have just started. You know what? Let's just go in here. And see, we have a Lemon selecting first here in this first duel, up against Airy. And we're gonna be seeing Mermails. Okay, well, that is definitely a new addition to the format that hasn't really performed in my last Challenger Cup. It's not the first time this deck is legal for the Challenger Cup series, but it might certainly be a good one here. Although there's a Maxi being chained and it resolves. Okay, that is rough for Mermail. The deck cannot really do that much without special summoning. Are we gonna go in? Looks like we are going to do at least some stuff. Adding a Poseidra here and passing the turn. Okay. I think one of the reasons why this deck has not taken off so far is that it's it has a very, very big weakness to Max C. I mean, with the Deep Sea Minstrel, you can basically take any other card out of their hand, but not the Max C, because they can just chain it. However, we do have a Max C of our own, and as we did see the hand of the opponent, they did not have an answer to it, as well as they did not pick one up for turn. The thing is, though, Blue Eyes much easier to make a Max C compromise field under under Max C with Blue Eyes than with Mermail. So I think Blue Eyes might be okay here, especially considering how strong Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon is against Mermail. Negating a graveyard effect is extra valuable in this matchup. As we see, this is not the one you normally see in Royal. Normally the other one is the one that everyone has in Royal. This one is quite special actually to have in Royal. So we're gonna have to wait and see what exactly they decide to do under this Max C. I do predict that they will give them at least 2 draws. I think at least trying to summon out another Blue Eyes White Dragon and then also making a Spirit is probably worth it. Because they also, I mean, they also definitely have to clear this this Prince, right? Because the Sage is not strong enough to actually run over the Prince, and you can't let that stay on the board. How'd Mermail perform in the OCG with the bug around? I think also not nearly as good as it did in the TCG. Because I actually don't think they did anything in the OCG to hit this deck. Okay, so we're just gonna use Mausoleum of White to make the Spirit a little stronger. However, they have a heavy infantry ready to go with the Abyss Rind. And that's going to destroy that. And now we can't even run over the Neptabyss. You can't let that stay on the board. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. End phase. Maybe we should... I guess if you put the True Light up before the battle phase, then they can just pop that with the heavy infantry. So that also wasn't really a solution, was it? And the Neptabyss stays on the board. Okay. You know, in some ways, I guess it helps a little bit that our opponent, that this is like the 3rd turn of the game, so they don't have all the resources left in the deck. Like, this deck goes through all 3 copies of Atlantean Dragoons usually very quickly. So 1 already being in the graveyard, I guess, is good for you. Also, I mean, usually these decks only play 1 copy of Deep Sea Minstrel. So if you have like another card in hand, I mean, the Effect Veiler, for example, we know is there, is not going to be able to make use of that. Also, Majesty is available for pop 2 because we have 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons in the graveyard. All right, 1 Dragoon's discarded for Abyss Pike. That is Dragoon's number 2. Adding another copy of Abyss Rind. And Dragoon's going to bring them up to 6 cards in hand. If they're on Coelacanth, I think they're on Coelacanth, seeing how we saw multiple copies of Abyss Pike as well as this guy, right? This guy, I feel like this is a giveaway, right? This tells you they're playing the Deep Sea King. Otherwise, they wouldn't. Oh, gonna be discarding a Neptabyss to summon the Poseidra. This card, of course, so powerful when your opponent has cards on the field, because you can send a water from deck for cost, a Mermail or Atlantean rather, from the deck for cost to return a card to the hand. So this is going to be forcing out one of the back rows and sending a Dragoons from deck for cost. We'll see what they hit here. They might have to chain it now if it's the Majesty. But Majesty for pop 2 is still pretty good here. You can get rid of the level 4, which is important. It's also, like, it's also worth noting that at this point, we are way past 5 water monsters in the graveyard, right? So it makes Mooling Glacier not really an option. Okay, seems like this face down card is so important to us that we will hit this Poseidra with an effect Veiler. We're gonna stop the Poseidra from returning the card to the hand. However, that's still going to give us the Neptibus Revive of the Dragoons. And another Dragoon Search. That's gonna be another Neptibus to the hand. Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point, if you're starting to add another copy of Neptibus, even though you've used both effects of it already, it's kind of a giveaway that they are running out of meaningful things to add in the Mermail deck, because they've run through a lot of the stuff in their deck already. You know, all 3 Dragoons are in rotation. We've used Shadow Squad's effect. We've used both Neptibus effects. We've used the Poseidra. Okay, this Bahamut Shark is, I was about to say, that is definitely worth using the Majesty of the White Dragon, and that is the card they targeted with the Poseidra, which was, of course, their most valuable back row, I think. That's going to destroy the Bahamut Shark on summon, which is huge, because it means it cannot detach the Dragoons for cost to trigger its effect one more time. Gonna continue here with the Abyss Rhine. Or Abyss Rin, I never know how to pronounce it. It's definitely not Abyss Shrine. And there is the Deep Sea King, but not that many fishes left in the deck, I think. We see 2 pikes in the grave already. 2 pikes in the graveyard already, as well as the Reptile Fin. And we have a second effect Veiler for it anyways. And all of a sudden, we still have a normal summon for Mermail, but what are you going to normal summon if you've already used Prince? It can't be that threatening. Maybe a Shadow Squad to turn itself into a level 7 to do some rank 7 stuff? No, battle phase. Mermail out of stuff here. And we're going to use the True Light in the battle phase to bring back a Blue Eyes White Dragon to stop the Coelacanth from hitting us for 2800. Thinking about a response to this True Light. What is that? Maybe a second copy of Max C? Thinking about whether they want to use it here, but it would basically just give them 1 draw. Gonna bring back the Maiden here, even though the Coelacanth is just gonna run over it. This is why I maybe would have considered using True Light in the end phase and just take the damage here, so that you can keep the Maiden around. But I guess if they attack it, you do get to use its effect to bring back another Blue Eyes or Sage. So that's fine. I did forget about that effect for a second. So it's not that big of a deal if they attack it. Alright, there's the Sage. Now you can just get rid of 1 tuner, but not both. Gonna get rid of the Sage. Main phase 2, and it's looking like Blue Eyes is actually very well off here, even though they started their turn with a Neptibus on the field already. And if you think about it, we didn't even do that much to them, right? We had 2 effect Veilers, and we had a Majesty, and that was it. And one of the effect Veilers we had to use on the Poseidra just to prevent them from bouncing the Majesty, because they hit the right target, basically, out of 3. Okay. Wishes in the graveyard, going to equip to the Blue Eyes, or attempt to equip to the Blue Eyes. That way we can make Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. I think Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon is my favorite card in this deck. I like the grind game aspect of Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, of just being able to reset one of your trap cards over and over. really makes it so when you're playing Blue Eyes, if you have the game under control, you don't really have to like find a way to finish them in one turn or anything fancy like that. You can just grind the game out with repeated access to Majesty every turn, destroy 2 cards on your opponent's side of the field. It just feels so good. Okay, we are going to use Neptibus to revive a Poseidra, which is a powerful interaction here. However, I don't think we have another copy of Heavy Infantry in the deck. Typically, that is a one-of, and that is in the graveyard already. That'd be a phenomenal send here. If you could send Heavy Infantry to destroy the True Light, but it is just going to be bouncing the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon back into the extra deck. Instead of bouncing the Blue Eyes... Oh, you can't bounce the Blue Eyes to hand because of True Light. You can't target it, right? Okay, but potentially preventing the Tyrant Dragon is all that matters. But the thing is, at this point, if you ever reach this point in the game against Mermail, the deck just loses almost all of its explosiveness. Because what are they going to do next turn? Even if, let's say the Blue Eyes player does not find a great way to like do everything they want this turn. What's going to happen next turn for Atlantean? There's no more Prince. Even if there was Prince, what is there to send? There's no more Dragoons. All 3 are in the graveyard. I think it's just at a point where this deck has run out of gas. The Mermail Atlantean deck is very explosive at the start, but it requires basically all of its resources to be in the deck to obtain that like explosiveness, that potential. You need it all in the deck, otherwise you're just not threatening, right? And I think this is the point in the game where they just don't have the targets in the deck left to pull anything crazy off, especially because Blue Eyes is going to set up a board here. We're not winning the game this turn, like I said, but I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to win the game here when your opponent's Mermail deck is completely out of threats, basically. I mean, not completely out of threats. There still is Poseidras in the deck and stuff like that, but nothing meaningful can be sent for cost. Right? No more Dragoons, no more Neptibus, no more Heavy Infantry. What are you going to send for your Atlantean effect? I think the only thing that they have left technically is like the ability to make like a rank 7 and then revive a lot of stuff with the Poseidra Xyz monster. But how are you even gonna get to 2 level 7 monsters at this stage of the game? It seems difficult. Okay, we're gonna use Imperm here to stop the Roar because we did set it in the same column. They could dodge it, but that would mean using your Spirit Dragon effect this turn, which I don't think you want to. You're just gonna accept it. Trade the Roar for the Imperm. I think it's a fair trade for you. And we're gonna move to the end phase. And we don't have that much here as Blue Eyes. We didn't reset the Majesty. All we basically have is the Spirit Dragon, but that might be all we need. Yeah, end phase. There literally no threats left. Nothing left. True Light is going to revive a Blue Eyes White Dragon, and that's going to be met with a Dominus Impulse, actually. That's even going to destroy it. That is going to destroy the True Light and trigger its graveyard effect, which we can negate with the Spirit Dragon, so it will not destroy our entire board, but it might stop the attack for game next turn. It might stop the attack for game because for now all we have is a Blue Eyes and a Spirit Dragon, so that is only 5,500. So we're gonna draw here and see if we can. I mean, any normal summon basically that you can turn into the Link monster and then revive a Blue Eyes will be game. Unless there's like another Dominus Impulse. But that was a pretty good impulse, I will say. Okay, Lordly Load is certainly going to be enough, I think. You could Ash it, I guess, but then you know the last card in hand is the Abyssrine, so I don't know what you... Okay, there's an Abyssrine in the graveyard, painting to draw a card, desperately looking for an answer here, whatever that might be. This card's Nibiru here. We never played into it. We draw a card. Lordly Load searches for Ether Barrel. And that's going to be game 1. Blue Eyes takes it off of Mermail here. Very interesting game. I like that one a lot. I think we're off to a good start. That is, however, only game 1. Because we have the new rules of the Challenger Cups for this season in effect, which means that we are no longer just playing best of 1 in Swiss. We are playing best of 3, as well as these players and these decks that they just played were submitted deck lists. These are not just how previous Challenger Cup works, where you can just play anything and switch between everything in between rounds. At the moment, people have to submit 2 decks to these Challenger Cup tournaments, and they are locked onto one of these 2 decks for each individual game. So both of these players have a second deck that they can pivot to if they want to. But otherwise, we might just be seeing Mermail and Blue Eyes again, but they all have the option to play the secondary deck they submitted here, as well as Lemon having the ability to choose first or second now because they just lost game 1. So my guess, just putting it out there, is that Lemon is going to stay on Mermail because they get to go first guaranteed, and Mermail is one of the scariest decks when it gets to go first. And Airy is probably just going to pivot to whichever deck they think is the most comfortable at going second. Whether that's the Blue Eyes deck or the secondary deck, I don't know. But I think that's what we're going to see here for game number 2. Unless Lemon has just lost the faith into the Mermail strategy and they want to go with something else. But we're going to find out momentarily what that's going to be. All right, they want to go first. And it is 1-0 for Airy. And they pass turn. Oh, 41 cards. Is that the Mermail deck again? Mermail really letting them down. If that's Mermail. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Well, we have Imperm from Hydra. Battle phase. Attack. Main phase 2. Okay. Okay, another chance to maybe draw into a Neptibus. I knew it. I mean, that's a very common strategy in these Challenger Cups, because like if you win a game, you think your opponent is going to go first the next game. So you have Tenpai as like your second deck. That's why Tenpai is pretty popular in these Challenger Cups. So far, nothing playable here for Lemon in this game number 2. Very unfortunate start. And another chance here for Tenpai to seal the deal. It is a Lacrima, the Crimson Tears. Not a Tenpai normal summon, but that's still going to be very threatening. That is also just still potentially game if there's like no answers. If there's no answers here, then even the Fiendsmith combo can do 6,300 damage here with ease. Called by the Grave is a phenomenal answer to the Requiem here. But the Ghost Bell, nothing is going their way. It's just a brutal match, let's be honest here. Game 1 was a really, really good game. But game 2, they just get nothing going for them. The one thing they have so far, the Called by the Grave here, gets stopped by a Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, ensuring that the Engraver hits the field here. A second Engraver is going to be summoned back. That is already 36 plus 17. That's already 5,300. Not quite enough, but still. Equipping the Requiem makes it 5,900. And we are going to settle for 5,900. Okay, unless we have a Kaiman that we drew this turn. We're going to leave him on 400 life points. And the Fiendsmith tracked in hand. Very sneaky. That is, I think, almost going to guarantee a win. Because with the Fiendsmith tracked, you can fuse into Lacrima. And that's going to do 1200 damage. Now, a Nibiru in response here would take all the Light Fiends off the field. And we did see Nibiru in the previous games. I think if you chain Nibiru here, there's a realistic chance you can win. I think if Nibiru takes off all the Light Fiends, then you might have a chance. The thing is, if the card in their hand, I think what they're playing around is Dominus Impulse. I think that's why they didn't want to go for Sequence in main phase 1. Because if you go for Sequence and it gets Dominus Impulse, you lose basically all your momentum. If you have a Dominus Impulse here, they still make Sequence into Lacrima. So that's why we beat Dominus Impulse here. But I think now that the fusion has resolved with the tract, I think there's no way to come back from this. At least I don't think there is a card that answers this Lacrima. Because you'd have to basically negate its graveyard effect, but that's going to be chain blocked. Right? If they make SP Little Knight, Chainlink 1, Lacrima, Chainlink 2 SP, even something like a Skullmeister wouldn't help. Which I don't think is in their deck. And here is the link into SP Little Knight, and that's gonna be Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2, and I mean, what is even there to prevent it potentially? Nothing that they would realistically play. Nothing that they would realistically play is going to be here, and I think that is going to be Lemon going down here. Very unfortunate start to the tournament. It happens. That was not a game that was winnable, I think, from the perspective. You know, like, we saw it. You couldn't do much there. That is that. And Airy moves on to the next round in a swift 2-0 victory here in the top 128. Okay. Let me reset the scoreboard, and we jump into a different game between Nicky Boy and Kurzalewski. It very much, I will say, this very much aligns with my personal experience with Mermail. If you've seen the stream last week where I tried some Mermail, the deck did not do what I wanted it to do. All right, and here we see going first Memento with a Goblin Biker Grand Breakout to dodge an infinite impermanence. A very, very strong punish for the imperm onto the Anguish. Tatsuno Toshigo gets summoned, activate its effect, not interrupted here, sending Gatic and Sleepy, but a Bestial Magnamute onto Gatic is very, very strong in this spot. This is kind of why I like using the Goblin first before the before using the Tatsuno Toshigo from hand. But we have a Dark Blade here to maybe recover. Akihiron is going to summon back. Mace is going to destroy itself to add Memento Fusion. We can definitely still combo here. I will say I have played against a lot of Memento in the last couple of days. It seems to be very popular at the moment in ranked, and I kind of get it. You know, I've been considering it as well for the second stage of the qualifiers. It is a very strong deck. There's the Creation King. Sending another copy of the Creation King. Or the Memento Mictlan. Activate Mictlan. Fusion Engrave. Pop the Akihiron. Search another fusion. Akihiron adds back a Creation King into the extra deck. Okay. Not typically what you try to add back with the Akihiron, but sure. I guess they just don't need anything, and they play Fiendsmith in it. Okay, that is something you don't see every Memento list do, but it can obviously help a lot. I think the main reason why not everyone is using Fiendsmith in Memento is the fact that it makes the deck even weaker to something like Maxi or Molcharmi Fuvalos, which those cards are already solid against Memento, but if you're also playing Fiendsmith, you have even more cards in your deck that are weak to it. But it can help you against all kind of other interactions, right? And we actually don't even make a sequence here with the Fiendsmith cards. We just make a cross sheep. And then we bring back the Engraver into its zone. And because we have the Creation King up, we get to bring back a Memento Goblin. And now we're thinking, is this going to be an Appaloosa line? I'm a little surprised that we haven't used the Engraver to send the Magnamut, because that's just now on the field. We're going to destroy the Magnamut with the Creation King. Okay. We are definitely disrespecting Nibiru the Primal Being here a lot. If that was there, we would have been hard punished. But it is not there. And Appaloosa, Creation King, and Combined Creation is our end board. Magnamut Search is going to resolve here for the opponent. Gives them Ether Barrel. Okay, some sort of Primite deck. We don't know yet. There's multiple versions. Could be Blue Eyes, could be Fiendsmith, could be something completely different. And we start with that Ether Barrel. And we allow it. Okay, maybe trying to play around Triple Tactics talents here. Maybe doesn't care enough about the Primite part of their engine. Alright, I see Farfa has woken up as well. Was that a set drill beam? Not Lordly Load? It was a set drill beam. Okay. We also decide to not use the Combined Creation on the resolution of that, which I think tells me that they are in fact going for to play around talents. However, this Typhon is pretty good here actually, because you stop this from activating, you stop this from activating, and the two face downs are Bone Party and Memento Fusion, which makes it so that, I mean, you can take this, I guess, with Mace. But if there is a Cult by the Grave on the Mace, you can dodge that with the Memento Fusion. Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine. We also do play the Trihorn Dragon here in this version. I don't see that super often anymore. Okay, Sleepy. Okay, we're gonna go for a Sleepy line into a Mementolan Twin Dragon and then popping the Horned Dragon to get the pops off of that. That also works. That's basically the same thing, just with more steps. But it's also pretty good. It is pretty weak into Dominus Purge. A Dominus Purge onto the Twin Dragon now will make it so you can't pop your Trihorn Dragon, but then if you activate Purge from hand, you also can't use Typhon to bounce anymore, so it's probably okay. And stuff like Drill Beam you can just dodge. Ash Blossom you can negate with Appaloosa, so yeah. Turns off Bestials. Yeah, their deck probably doesn't have Purge. I'm just trying to think what kind of answers they could have. I think double Called By is the only one. Like if they activate Called By on the Horned Dragon here, they chain Fusion to dodge it, and then you have another Called By. That would have been one solution, which could have actually won them the game. But I mean, still, the follow-up is pretty strong here for Memento, no matter what. Because now you've summoned Typhon, you can no longer summon this turn. And even Talon's Take is no longer an option. And there we go. We see a pass here. And here there's probably no way around. I mean, there's a Drill Beam set, which is likely live or possibly live. But even if it's live, I don't think one Drill Beam is going to be enough here. Because even if you Drill Beam the Combined Creation, they have ways to get it back. And there it is. It is live. Reveal Driver. Reveal Driver, banish the combined creation. But I mean, basically, oh, and they dodge it anyways. Okay, I mean, sure. There's a 1,000 ways that lead to a Nicky Boy victory here. You can get the combined creation back from banished with the Akihiron, which isn't that hard to do. You can also just win without the creation king at the combined creation this turn, because I mean, there's an open board. We already have plenty of stuff on the field. We play Fiendsmith as well, so we could have just gone for that and won the game that way. But we decide to just save the combined creation here with the breakout in hand, and that's going to be way more than enough damage. We haven't even summoned 5 times, I don't think, and we're gonna go in for a game in this one. I don't know if this was game 2 or game 3. I'm gonna check for you in a second. It was definitely Nicky Boy going first, and maybe it even was game 1 still, but because it was a longer one, but I thought it was still game 1. I can check. In-room replays, Nicky Boy takes a win here. Kurzalewski takes a game here, and okay, I don't know if I can see all the replays at the moment, because I think it is limited to how many you can spectate. But I only see 2 games between these two, so there's a chance they're playing a third one. And it looks like they are going to be playing another game, so let me get the 1-1 in here. Because they are still hovering around the tables. All right, looks like we're gonna see a third game where now Kurzalewski gets to decide first or second, and we're gonna find out what the other decks are maybe that they have, because that one looked like it was Bestial Primite Fiendsmith. Wonder if that's the deck they pick here as well for the third game, if they know they can go first, or if they have a better deck for going first. Because that deck sometimes, as much as I love Fiendsmith Primite, going first, sometimes it's not threatening enough. I have made that experience myself. All right, let's see. Considering their options, it seems like discarding a Sengen Jin for a Diabell Star. Now that's a statement, because that's a very powerful card to discard. I feel like that makes me scared when I'm facing it. That makes me feel like their hand has to be very strong. All right, Original Sinful Spoils is going to attempt to summon out Snake Eye cards, but it will be met with an Ash Blossom. Or not. Because we have Called by the Grave as well. could be a timer issue. That's a good point. Let me grab the timer so I can tell you guys how long they have left. They have 8 minutes. Yeah, maybe it's maybe it was a didn't want to pay life points angle. Why does no one play Ghost Bell? I mean, people play Ghost Bell. It's just not that likely to draw the right hand traps and then also have a Ghost Bell next to it to counter Cult by the Grave. But it happens sometimes. But people do play Ghost Bell. We saw a Ghost Bell already. We've just started streaming and we've already seen a Ghost Bell today. It's like, it's decently popular at the moment. Okay, okay, dude. Okay, you win. Man, you win. Takes Anguish away. Okay. Interesting. I feel like when Memento has 2 normal summons. Well, or in general, if your opponent has 2 normal summons, I feel like you don't need to take that one away. That was like the one thing I would have left them with 2 normal summons. But okay. I think the tract, yeah, I think taking the tract makes the most sense. But I guess, I mean, maybe taking away Memento names makes it so that if they top deck Memento Fusion, it's less of a threat. I don't know. Either way, let's be honest. Maybe they also just didn't think about it too much because they don't think it matters. Because they're going full Snake Eye combo and their opponent has no more non-engine in hand, right? So it's like... maybe they just went like, okay. Watch them have cross out to negate tract. In that case, that would make a lot of sense to keep the tract around if you can just cross out it. Yeah, I guess. I mean, at the moment, Nicky Boy's hand here does not even beat 1 Appaloosa. And it's gonna be more than 1 Appaloosa. That's Earl and not Nicky Boy. Well, dude, I'm not gonna play a guessing game as to who has changed their nicknames. I'm just gonna read their nicknames as they are in the game right now. Sure. I do think they're gonna get a turn most likely, but I think it doesn't really matter realistically because I mean, they're gonna be up on life points, but they're also gonna be just winning the game naturally. I can't think of a top deck here for Memento that would actually do it. Like, I genuinely can't think of a card that you can draw that just wins you the game, right? Even no, Droplet does not do it. I don't think Droplet does it. I don't think Dark Ruler does it because there's a Divine Temple with an IP Masquerena in the spell trap zone at the end of it. There's a Promethean Princess in the graveyard. I just don't think any of these board breakers in theory even do it. Dark Ruler, there's no way Dark Ruler is enough when the IP Masquerena jumps out the spell trap zone, makes SP Little Knight, and then you also have Promethean Princess, right? Because let's say they Dark Ruler, right? Let's say they Dark Ruler and then they go normal summon Darkblade, right? Then it goes Divine Temple, bring up IP Masquerena, make SP, banish the Darkblade, activate Tract, bring back Lurie, Promethean Princess, pop Lurie, game's over. Right? So it's like not even close to enough. And if you start with Tract for Lurie, you can also just IP into SP that, and then when they normal summon Darkblade, what does that do without like against a Promethean Princess and an SP Little Knight? Nothing. So, and they can't even attack over something for damage because there's also like going to be a Link Karibo available. Harpies and Droplet would do it. Yeah, but we know they have neither of them in hand right now because they looked at their hand with talents. So we know the 3 cards in their hand are Mementolan Darkblade, Mementolan Combined Creation, and Fiendsmith Tract. So they can't draw 2 cards for turn. I don't think there's going to be another turn. I mean, there's a minute and 20. And they are going towards the end of their combo. And I mean, it's also just not necessary to play for time here, I suppose. So maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I don't know. I don't think it matters ultimately. Yeah, I think they're gonna pass the turn over, but I don't see a win con here for Memento. With and without time in mind, I don't think there's anything. Because they just don't have, even if it's Droplet, they don't have enough cards they can send. Why does Snake Eyes end on Phoenix so often? Because you need Fire Link monsters. Oh, it's the field spell. Yeah, that definitely doesn't do it. You need Fire Link monsters sometimes to link away your Promethean Princess into the graveyard. And Nightmare Phoenix just happens to be one of the best ones because it has utility going second and it makes your Appaloosa indestructible by battle. So it's like, some people play Sunlight Wolf, some people play Nightmare Phoenix, some people play both. But you do need something to make your it just needs to be Fire Links, and it's just one of the best Fire Links. Yeah. All right, and with that, time is up in the round, and that will be Kurzalewski taking the win here over someone named Nicky Boy. I don't know if it's the Nicky Boy that we know from the Challenger Cup, so if it's someone else who changed their name, but ultimately, them winning in time here did not matter. We knew the entire hand for the opponent. They were not winning against that board. That was their game no matter what. So that was that. Okay, we saw a little bit of a mixed bag here in the first round of the day. Couple of different decks. Mermail letting someone down earlier, as it just did to me in Rated when I tried it as well. So I don't know. Story checks out. Maybe we can see Mermail redeeming itself later in the tournament, but for now, I hope you enjoyed the first round of games. I certainly did. I hope you'll stick around with us for the rest of the day for some more amazing tournament gameplay. We'll be on a very short break before the next round of games begins. I mean, we were already in timeout there, so I don't think it's going to be a long wait. We'll be back with you guys in just a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys soon. All right, like I said, short break and we are back. We're going to be seeing the top 64 now, and players have already assembled as the round starts soon. Hasn't started yet, but will start in a second. And I can already see we've got some household names from the Challenger Cups here right next to each other as well. We see Abo Hamoud, we've got Dominic, we got Mist over here, World Championship qualified. We got Bronas over here. We got a lot of good names in this room. Just who to watch is the painful question now, because everyone's kind of gonna be a good watch here. Why don't we go, we can go top to bottom. We can maybe see a little bit of each of their games. Let's see what Abo Hamoud is doing here. Branded Enthusiast must be very happy with the second branded fusion that they're gonna have soon. But today, no second branded fusion yet, but I think we might still be seeing, yep, 60 cards, signature, branded deck with the signature branded opening, which is set one pass. All right, everything so far as expected. Yeah, no, things just going exactly as we're used to with these Abo Hamoud feature matches. That's just how it goes. Nothing out of the ordinary here. As we see Blue Eyes on the other side, of course, starting with, I would say, the second best normal summon in Blue Eyes at this point, which is Sage of the Eyes of Blue. Of course, you will see people often prefer to start with Ether Barrel if they have access to both, so I think it's fair to assume that they don't have an Ether Barrel. But they do have a Maiden, of course, into the True Light. Now, is the True Light from deck or from hand? It is from the deck. Thinking on this. Okay, interesting. That cannot be a super poly because there's only one monster yet. So I think we're thinking about a Bestial here, but we decide against it. Of course, a Bestial is weird in this spot because they still have the True Light effect to revive open, so they can dodge it if they want to. So sometimes you'll see players like Abo here, you'll see them prioritize just banishing the Maiden of White, which is kind of weird, of course, because, I mean, against Blue Eyes, banishing the Blue Eyes is one of your win conditions potentially against the deck, because if you can banish both Blue Eyes White Dragons, it can be tough for the deck. They have one way to get it back from banished, which is the Roar. But if you can manage to prevent the Roar or banish the Blue Eyes for a third time, you might just be winning the game off of that. But the deck has just good mechanisms to stop that. Okay, Ash Blossom is in hand. Branded's greatest enemy being Branded's greatest ally here, because it also is pretty good against Blue Eyes onto the Wishes. And we are going to go into the battle phase, attack over the Druid. It cannot target the Blue Eyes White Dragon because of the True Light, so it is not going to get its graveyard effect. And it looks like we are able to minimize the stuff that they can do on this turn with the Ash Anti-Druid Worm, but we still need to find a play of our own. We haven't done so yet. Let's see if this one card off the top helps. Nope. Man! Gotta love Branded. Okay. Set Majesty from deck with True Light. And now what? Activate Majesty right away. I think we have both Blue Eyes White Dragons in rotation. One in the grave, one on the board. So that's a pop 2. That's going to be able to pop both set cards. If you do want to. Probably a Super Poly there. No, Fusion Duplication and Cult by the Grave. And at this point, we do see the writing on the wall. Blue Eyes takes the game off of Branded here without Branded putting up too much of a fight. Let's see if that goes a little bit better for Abo in game number 2 here. They're not out yet. They're not out yet. It is just the first game out of potentially 3. If they can win the next 2, they will still advance. But it is definitely rough now. They are on the back foot. Cannot afford to draw like that again. So we got Abo back at the table already. Already decided what they want to use, but we don't know what the opponent is going to play yet. Herman playing against Max C, by the way. That's scary. I don't like playing against Max C. All right, we got Electromite back at the table now as well. So we're going to be starting game number 2 momentarily. All right, Abo, 60 cards, going first. Oh, we're activating a card. That's more than what we did in the last game. All right, are we finding some? Imagine they discard their hand now. Banishes an Albaz. Okay, nothing Nothing that triggers in the banished pile. No Mercourier, no Thespian Tragedy. We do have a Springance Kit here, which would give us Branded Fusion access. Even if it is at the cost of having to put a card back, it's not as clean as adding it with like Aluber, but it does work. So we are going to try to prevent it with Effect Veiler. So that gives me Effect Veiler, even though it's played in a lot of decks. When my opponent has Effect Veiler, I just assume it's Blue Eyes, because like, that's just the one deck you know always plays 3. Now what, Abo? Now what? Are we out of place? Surely not. Surely we would have passed by now if we couldn't do anything. We just have so many options available that we have to consider carefully. Yeah, there we go. Branded Opening. That is going to be another potential access to Branded Fusion because it can summon Aluber. We discarded an Allure of Darkness there. We could have also gone for like a Allure. Maybe no other darks in hand there. Aluber resolves for the Branded Fusion. And do we activate the Branded Fusion? We do activate the Branded Fusion. No Ash. No Ash. We get to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Behold, everybody, the branded deck gets to play Yu-Gi-Oh! It's not every day you get to see that. I like making fun of branded. It's a good deck, but I like making fun of it. Alright, that's going to be an Albion. Activate Albion effect. Magnamood onto the only Albaz. Uh-oh, that's the second one that's banished as well. That is the second one, and that's going to make it so we can't make Mirror Jade unless we have another Albaz in hand. But then all 3 would be banished. I don't think you want that. So that's going to be Aluber and Kit fusing into Masquerade? Masquerade, okay. And then we're gonna have to pay 600 for this Magnamood activation. We are of course happy to do that. Another, oh, okay. Dude, they came equipped. They came equipped for this matchup. That's rough. Magna Druis onto the Lubellion. Maybe it's not Blue Eyes. Maybe they switched to a Bestial Fiendsmith type deck. That's the kind of vibe it gives me. Set 1 and pass. Not a good spot here for branded, I would say. But I mean, this time around, it was not because they didn't draw a playable hand. It was just because the opponent's hand was very good defensively against what branded was trying to do there. We still got the Masquerade, we still got the Albion, so like we still got some stuff going. You know, if you go through, like, I mean, if you go through the motions here, you are paying a decent chunk of life points for the Primite cards as well, right? Because like the Primite cards are like, you activate Ether Barrel, you activate Lordly Load, you maybe eventually activate Drill Beam, that's 1800 life points. I don't know if at some, I mean, they're not at the dangerous rate yet, but we could just be seeing Drill Beam banish Masquerade here to be done with it if they have another Primite card. It feels like I was gonna say it feels like Fiendsmith Primite, but it looks like it's just Blue Eyes with Bestials. Pays Weiss for the Mausoleum to send Blue Eyes. Yeah, we do pay a decent chunk of life points here, actually. If you activate the Link Monster, we've paid more than half our life points already, and we haven't done much at this point. feel like the Masquerade is doing more work than it should right now. Maybe like battle phase here is appropriate. No? Okay. Pay more. They have their own Magnamut to counter. Uh-oh. Goodbye, Blue Eyes. Do they have another one in hand? No. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And now we're very low on life points. We haven't gotten anything done. The drill beam is not live yet. Maybe we should have just attacked the Masquerade, you know? At some point. So I guess the question here is, it depends a lot on what's in their hand, because they have a secondary normal summon if they have Sage available. For example, the question is just, do you want to do that in main phase 1 and pay more life points, or are we just going to get rid of the Masquerade finally? And if we do get rid of the Masquerade, do we do it by running over it with Magnamut, or do we just crash the Druid's Worm to get the double send as well? Basically, destroy the Masquerade by battle and send the Magnamut and then run over the Albion. But Albion is something you might want to hit with Drill Beam so they don't get the effect. I mean, you could just go main phase 2, make seals, send Magnamut. Okay, never mind. I was thinking, okay, they're just too powerful. They got Sage as well. But they have no Blue Eyes in rotation now. And called by here by Abo. Okay, but still, I mean, it's looking good for them, right? Because they can make seals. I mean, Abo is basically out of cards, right? Because we can make okay, we have wishes too. You can make seals and then use Druid's Worm to send the Magnamut, and then you can go roar or Blue Eyes. And then you have the Drill Beam live as well after the fact. And that's going to recover the banished Blue Eyes as well, which is huge. We're getting the Albion effect in the end phase, but the Drill Beam just checks whatever we get off of it, right? The Drill Beam just covers whatever we get with Albion, so it needs to be a crazy draw here for Abo, I think. We do get the Magna Search. But what does, I mean, I guess maybe Albion could help us play into the board. Mask is a body as well. Albion can just search Albaz, no? And then you make Alba Lenitus? Ah, but the Spirit Dragon negates the Albion in the graveyard. So, but Magna can search Albaz. Wait. Wait. Isn't... Am I... Wait. Is Magna search Albaz not crazy here? Does he play 3 Alba? They always play 3 Albas in 60 cards. There's always 3 Albas. Seals bounce. Seals can only bounce face-ups, guys. So you can set Albas and Contact Fuse, but I guess the Seals can still bounce the Masquerade. Bounce your own spirit. Then what? Seals still summons a dragon from the deck. It's mandatory. There's always going to be a dragon. How much attack is Albalenitis? 2,500. So I guess if you Drill Beam the Masquerade or you Seals bounce the Masquerade, then the Albalenitis alone is not enough. Okay. We don't go for the Search Albaz because we don't believe it's good enough. Interesting. Okay, we Seals immediately because we don't have Blue Eyes at the moment. So the Drill Beam is not live. And the reason why we didn't call Blue Eyes with Lordly Load is because we wanted the Spirit Dragon to be live in the end phase, which it would not be. So that's actually very good play. Albion is going to make it a little uncertain here what's going to happen. We don't know. They're going to be sending Branded Retribution probably. Or Branded Sword, but that can be negated by Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. But who knows? Let's see what they draw here. It's kind of a dangerous situation because we're so low on life points. Allure of Darkness. Okay. Chaining together some good draws maybe. Like banish a Tragedy or a Mercurier and suddenly you're on 3 cards in hand. Drill Beam the Allure. Okay. Drill Beam the Allure. Last card in hand. Why is it so intense? Oh, it was Mercurier. It was Mercurier. Okay, but how does that help? Why is that just a concession? Or what? Battle phase. Okay, I think Blue Eyes has it. I think Blue Eyes has it. The Mercurier does not do anything. If they did not Drill Beam the Allure though, this would have been a really sick Mercurier. Okay. And Abo goes down here, the Branded deck, letting him down 2 games in a row. Well, I mean, it didn't really let him down in game 2 there. Game 2 was just a rough hand from the opponent. They actually had a pretty solid hand themselves. So, yeah, interesting one. Let's see what's going on at table 8 between Big Jacques and Dominic. All right, looks like it is game 2 because Dominic has selected going second. Probably because they won game 1. Set 4 pass. Okay, Labyrinth maybe. Duster. Ooh, we got the Hugin technology to protect. I think it's Labyrinth against Tenpai here. Oh, not Tenpai. Primite with Duster. Okay. Setting a Drill Beam off of the Ether Barrel. Just hitting for 16. Slow and steady. Declare Labradorite Dragon. Mm-hmm. What do you mean by that? You just make Baron? I mean, this does make Ether Barrel a 1-card Baron, right? You just like can't use the Baron effect on the turn you make it. The only weird thing about it is that if you synchro away the Labradorite Dragon, unless you have more Primite in hand, the Drill Beam is not live, right? So that's potentially something to consider. Maybe they just leave the Labradorite on the board. Maybe they're just playing it in case you want to make Baron. Or Chenging. Chenging is crazy as well if you have Drill Beam. Like if your Drill Beam is live, you can just Drill Beam, banish something, and then Chenging also banishes. That'd be kind of cool. I think the last time I've seen this card played was probably over 10 years ago. I remember like Hieratic decks playing this card in 2013 or 14. There it is, the Baron technology. Okay, Drill Beam potentially live or not live, we'll find out. Thinking about responding here. I mean, this turn is the best turn to use your trap cards now, because this turn the Baron cannot negate because the Lordly Load has been activated, so you cannot activate the effects of special summon monsters on the field this turn. So we are going to use our trap cards before the Baron can negate. However, there is an Ash for the big Welcome Labyrinth. Seems like Dominic also just has a very good hand against Labyrinth here, right? Like we have Duster, we have Ash, we have our Primite Engine. It seems like a very strong like hand to draw against Labyrinth. End phase. If the turn moves over here, oh god, okay, now there's a Baron that has a negate live against 2 back row against Lab. It's not looking great. So even though we had the counter for the Duster, it's just not looking good here with Trap Lab. And that's been one of my main issues with the Trap Lab deck as well. Like sometimes you have all the traps in the world, but you only have one Labyrinth trap, and if it gets ashed, then you're preventing your opponent from doing stuff, but you're also not getting anything done yourself, which is kind of rough sometimes. And then there's the other way around, where sometimes you have too many Labyrinth cards, and you're just not actually, your traps are not strong enough to actually survive. If you draw the right mix though, then the deck is super dangerous. Like if you draw like 1 or 2 Labyrinth cards, like the second Labyrinth card in just in case they have Ash Blossom, and then like really strong traps with it, it's like really dangerous. But it seems like that's not the case here. Now Baron is already gonna target one trap to try and destroy it. It's an infinite impermanence. That's not a high impact trap. It is good here. It does help because it will disable the Baron negate for the rest of the turn. But the thing is, there is also a Drill Beam that is now live. We know it's live because they added back Ether Barrel. Why not negate with Baron? Why would you negate with Baron? Why would you negate an imperm with Baron? Because then your negate is gone no matter what you do. But if you let the imperm go through, at least the negate is back online next turn. You get rid of 2 cards? Yeah, but they probably just chain the other trap as well. And you can't negate it anymore. I don't think it's necessary. Because they're not in a hurry here, right? They're playing a slow deck as well in Fiendsmith. And they are already up in card advantage, and it's just like, if you can just hold the Baron negate for the next turn, you don't have to win this turn. I think it's just fine. Why can Sangan search Maxi, by the way? I mean, it's probably it's probably not a serious question, but the answer is because Maxi has less than 1500 attack. Okay, so let me think about this for a second. It's Primite Fiendsmith, but for our level 6, we decided to run Labradorite Dragon instead of like Beast of Talvar or Summoned Skull. Which is interesting because it's still 0 attack, so it doesn't function as like a Primite Roar target, right? There might be Bestials. It does help you make seals. You can go Seals Pass. You can tribute it for Lubellion. Yeah, I can see some reasons for it. It's a tuner, so we make Baron, which is good. I mean, arguably, we're seeing one of the reasons why it's good in this game. They made Baron with it, and it's looking pretty good. The Baron. So that's neat. Okay, Dominus Impulse onto a Magnamute in hand is pretty good here. That might be worth Drill Beaming. It might also be worth to hold the Drill Beam for the last face down. Because, I mean, yes, you lose the Magnamute here, which is a really strong card, and you would really like it. But at the same time, now you have a guaranteed way to stop the last face down with the Drill Beam. And, I mean, look what else you have. Your situation is still pretty good. So you don't necessarily need to Drill Beam that. Normal summon Ether Barrel. Now the Drill Beam is maybe temporarily offline. I mean, I guess the one win con here is Equation Cannon. Equation Cannon could turn things around. Let me count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. You can hit level 6. It is Equation Cannon. Oh god, is the Drill Beam live? Is the Drill Beam live? If the Drill Beam is not... No, why did you normal summon the Ether Barrel? Why did you normal summon the Ether Barrel? Why did they not wait until the Lordly Load was set? Because it was 9 cards right now. If you wait for the Lordly Load, it's 10. You can still hit 10. It's 442. You can still hit level 6 on 10. No problem, actually. It's still not looking good for Labyrinth, yeah. It's still not looking good for Labyrinth. But I think it's only not good for Labyrinth because they didn't wait for the Lordly Load. They could have just waited for the Lordly Load. And then they do 10 cards. Maybe only one. Oh, you're right. The level 2 was gone. Level 2 was gone. Oh, but if... The thing is, the math also changes a lot if one of the fusions is already gone. Because you don't necessarily have to put back the card that you banish with Cannon. So... Yeah. Anyways, looks like we're still going to be going for game here, I think, because that Primate Roar. You don't have to put back the same card. No. So the way Equation Cannon works is banish 1 fusion and 2 Xyz with the same rank. Like you have to banish. You know how that works, right? And then return 2 of your banished monsters to the extra deck. 1 Xyz and 1 fusion, whose combined level and rank equal to level. It does not have to be the same monsters that you banished in the first part of the card. So like, let's say for example, you have a level 4 fusion banished already, right? And there's 9 cards total between both players. You can banish rank 3, level 3 fusion. And if your opponent has a level 7 monster, you can just return the level 4 fusion and the rank 3 Xyz and still match the 7. So the math on cannon changes if there's already stuff banished. Like all of a sudden, you don't have to match the levels just with the ones you're banishing from the extra. You can also help it. You can help matching it with the stuff that's already banished. So like it changes a lot if some of your stuff is already banished. It's a very funny card. I think it's very funny that Equation Cannon is as relevant as it is. I personally find it very funny. Anyways, this is going to be the end to a very interesting game, I must say. We see the Labradorite Dragon here in Bestial Fiendsmith, and with some very interesting cannon math, we see the end of the game here, and Dominic moving on to the top 32. All right, let's see what's going on between Mist and Max C. Fiendsmith Tract is what's going on. Fabulary. Going through the motions here with the Fiendsmith cards. Has a second Engraver in hand and plays a second Tract in the deck. Oh, no, grabs Paradise, actually. Okay, grabs Paradise. And just makes Caesar. Either... Ooh, Paradise as a send for Diabell Star, so it is Snake Eyes, I think. Yep. So, Max C, are you gonna do anything about that? Are you just gonna let him do that to you? Sure, why not? Okay. All right, well, let's see what kind of deck it is for. Maybe it's like Power Spell Tenpai, like the Sky Striker version of the deck. That might have a chance here. We'll see. Oh, dude, we're not even close to done. Actually, they might not want to play the Wedju Temple because they already have Divine Temple up. All right, Caesar, Appaloosa, Flamberge, IP Masquerena. Fiendsmith Engraver is not what I was trying to see there. I feel like if we don't start with spell cards there, ooh. Actually, you can seize out of that. Answer to Caesar? Question mark? Nope. Okay. That looked a lot more threatening than it was. It looked. I was like, I was holding my breath for a moment, then I realized, wait, they need one more answer to do anything. Yeah, okay. Wait. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. So... Dude, there's so much happening right now, and I'm a little confused. Because, I mean... That means they had Ash and Gamma here, which means they held either one, like one of the two they must have had last turn. So, okay, that's a decision. Cross out engraver. Dude, their player name is Max C, and it seems like the thing of their deck is just to have as many answers to Max C as possible. They opened 4. They had Gamma, called by Ash, and cross out. So I think the theme of their deck is that they get to use Max C, but the opponent does not. And I mean, in some ways, you gotta say mission accomplished, because they did not get max seed. They did not get max seed. Now they lost, but they did not get max seed. All right. I don't even know if that was game 3. We see Mist win there, LBF Maxi win there. Don't know if that was game 2 or 3. Actually, they're going into another game, so it was game 2. Okay, it was game 2. There is still a third game left to be played. All right, now can you do that again? Can you open this many answers to Maxi again? And play Lupellion? Or Magna? Oh. That's you know what? That's Bestial Fiendsmith for you. I feel that. Ah. Where's your called by? Bro, your name is Max C. You can't even resolve a Max C? Weak. Now here's the thing, guys. We queued Millennium Snake Eye with, at this point, 4 minutes left on the timer. So, there's 4 minutes left. Battle phase? I mean, there's Bestials, though. There's one Bestial. And there's the other Bestial. And now you have to... Because if you go battle phase now, you're not doing enough damage, right? I guess you do enough damage if you... Oh, they activated Magna. I don't know if that was smart. I don't know if that mattered. I guess it does matter. The Magna search. Yeah, okay. Man. Dude, I love Fiendsmith Bestial, but it just does this exact thing way too often. This exact thing, it just happens too often with Fiendsmith Bestial. You just go first, you do nothing. You go activate Lubellion, one of the most powerful cards in your deck, and you feel very powerful, and then there's no other lights or darks in the grave, and you just pass turn. Anyways, Mist, aka Herman, moves on to the top 32, eliminating Fiendsmith Bastille here. Yeah, showcasing why the deck sometimes has definitely its flaws going first. I wish it had some more consistent hands going first. Unfortunately, it does not. And it gets eliminated here in top 64. Okay, it looks like we are heading very close to timeout. And most of our matches, or I don't see any matches here going on anymore. So I think we're done with our top 64. We're going to be right back for top 32. I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. Hope everyone's having a good time. Just a reminder, if you want to join Challenger Cups yourself in the future, they are completely free and hosted by Konami. So they're official Master Duel tournaments, essentially. You can go !Challenger Cup in the chat right now to join the Discord server. And it's super easy. The tournaments are completely free. You can win some awesome prizing. And yeah, go check it out. I would highly recommend. We will be back with the top 32 in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. And yeah, see you then. All right, duelists, welcome back to the top 32. That is right. We are already down to 32 duelists here. And that means we have them all in one room now. All 32 duels, all 16 tables are in the room now. And we've got some strong matchups here already that I can tell. Maybe I'm going to try and showcase some players we have not seen today so far. I'm thinking maybe we go table 3 here. Joris against Last Night. Both of these duelists we have not spectated today, I believe. And they also just happened to start the game first out of all these. So let's go and hop right in. Let's go and hop right in. Top 32. Just as a reminder, first place today walks away with a PlayStation 5. Because it was... Ooh, Poplar with Bonfire. Okay, strong card. It was a 512 player Challenger Cup. It didn't quite fill up, but first place does win a PS5. All right, Poplar for original. And then we sent that Poplar for the original to probably go for Oak. I think you probably skip Ash here. What field does yours have? That is the Snake Eye Temple, I believe, because that is Snake Eye. That's the Snake Eye Diabell Star, or the big Poplar on the right. I believe it is called the Snake Eye Temple. I'm not sure exactly what the name is, but something like that. All right, Yugioh Temple. Ooh, I saw a brief response window over here for Joris, and I believe that was on summon number 5. I might be mistaken. It was the Nibiru, in fact. I was wondering if it was that. I mean, it still is a pretty good Nibiru here because you might cut the opponent off of the Fiendsmith entirely, basically. We'll see. Of course, we did kind of, I mean, it's a very early Nibiru, but they're kind of forced to do it there. The Maxi also draws them 2 cards off of it, which helps a lot. They haven't normal summoned yet, so they can just draw into a Fiendsmith card, maybe. What happened to the Yugioh Temple? They just sent it for... They just activated it and then sent it for Flamberge, okay. That maybe means you have access to the Millennium cards already, or just no monster in hand. I'm not sure what that means. It's not a very standard line that they're playing here for sure, but it's maybe just because their hand is awkward. Like, for example, Bonfire for Poplar is something that happens, I feel like it happens very often when you have Ash in hand already. You just start with Bonfire to test for Ash Blossom, right? But then your opponent doesn't Ash it, and suddenly you're like, oh, well, now I'm just adding Poplar with that, I guess. And my Snake Eye Ash in hand is a lot worse. Maybe that's something that happened, but then I'm thinking like one step further. If they had Snake Eye Ash in hand, wouldn't they have just placed it with the Yugioh Temple to get the Millennium cards? This is where you make second moon. Just IP. Surely it's not IP pass. Tell me it ain't so. There's no way, right? We haven't even normal summoned yet. What? Okay. They must have just had no monsters, right? For the Yugioh temple. But if it was no monsters, then why didn't we bonfire for Snake Eye Ash? Oh my god, it is Neptibus into Dragoons. Uh-oh. Oh, but Called by the Grave is definitely something they could have. Called by the Grave on Dragoons is so powerful because they try to use that Dragoons like 3 or 4 times in a turn. Roll and Lockbird is pretty much the same. And Call. For good measure. For good measure. I know you're not searching with that Dragoons, but I want it gone, you know? You didn't have to do that. Why are you not holding Called by? Why not? You know what? You know what Called by would have been pretty good on? This Abyss, Ryan. This would have been a pretty good Called by right now. Why did we double negate the Dragoons? And now we're getting okay, dude. Now we're getting coelacanthid. Why did we Called by it? Okay. Ash on the coelacanth. They will live this turn because it is main phase 2. But now, okay. Okay. Weird game. But it is what it is. It happens. And we finally see Mermail take a game. We haven't seen Mermail do super well today for until now, but it is here all the way in top 32, and it has just taken game number 1. Just waiting for the players to go back to the game or the second game. Did Mermail take the game or did Snake Eyes take the game away? You know, Mermail won. That's all that matters. The nib wasn't bad. Cutting them off Fiends was huge. The nib wasn't bad. At the same time, they definitely had ways to play around it. Right? Like, for example, one major thing that happened there was that they made IP Masquerena without using the token, because I'm pretty sure you can make IP Masquerena. Now I'm questioning myself, but I'm pretty sure you can make IP Masquerena with tokens. Yes, you can make IP Masquerena with tokens, and what they could have done there is you could have made IP with the token, and then the IP could have gone into an SP, or it could have also, they could have made a Promethean princess on their own turn with it. Potentially. All right, and for game 2 here, we see the Snake Eye deck no longer in use here. We're going for Blue Eyes. And we start with a pretty good one here. That's a very solid start going first, especially if it's Mermail again, just by chance. It could be. I think Blue Eyes is pretty strong against Mermail because of the Spirit Graveyard negate. But it might also just be a different deck. We'll see. Also, Majesty is very good. That's true. Like, any deck that has removal immediately upon summon is pretty strong against Mermail because you can just clear the Neptibus. If you can just clear the Neptibus on summon, that's huge. Ooh, a Charmy. Okay. And it resolves? Molcharmy Fuvalo is activated here. Do we give them a draw to make Spirit? You could give them one draw for Spirit. You could also just leave it like this, I guess. We're gonna attempt to set the spell trap from the deck. That's gonna be Wishes. Gonna activate Wishes before we give them a draw here because we don't want them to draw Ash Blossom. And they don't have it, so we do get the Search. So this can be Majesty plus Valor, and then we can go Spirit Pass, which is, I think, completely fine. That's a pretty solid opener. We've got Drill Beam, we've got Majesty, we've got Valor. We can have Spirit if we want to Synchro. Or we could just leave it at this. Give them no draw for Fuvalos. We do give them a draw. All right, draw one card. And I think that's all we're getting. 3 face down cards. That is threatening. We know a Majesty. Ooh, Nibiru. Good, good, good Nibiru. Goodbye, Spirit. The token is a little... I was confused by the attack points of the token there, but it gets attack points from Lordly Load. It confused me for a second. No load effect. Yeah, that is curious indeed. They could have summoned the Blue Eyes from Graveyard with it. Oh, we're going Battle Phase. That's not a great sign, is it? That looks like Mermail, because I think we're passing. Yeah, that's Mermail. That's Mermail. That is the signature Mermail combo. I have pulled this combo off myself countless times. I don't know, maybe it's not. It might not be Mermail, but it could be. I definitely had, assuming this is Mermail, which it might not be. I definitely had similar issues with Mermail when I was trying the deck. It's so powerful, but it's very dependent on seeing certain cards, and there's just a decent amount of games where you don't have those cards. It just happens. Because at the point where you don't open Neptibus, you already have to draw like other... Basically, it's Neptibus, everything else is like 2 or 3 card combinations, right? Because it's like, okay, well, Dragoons can also work, but you need Dragoons with something else to discard it, which you also don't always have. Going for another Wishes. You can make it more... I know you can make it more consistent, but the problem is like all the other starters for Mermail are just like a lot worse, right? Like, for example, Deep Sea Diva is like a thing that if... You might think like, oh, if I just want more Mermail starters, or I want more access to Dragoons, then why not just play... Deep Sea Diva? I think the reason why Deep Sea Diva is like not that good in Mermail is because it makes the deck weak into a lot of cards that it typically isn't weak into, right? Like Deep Sea Diva is super weak to Valor and Imperm, which are two cards that are not that good against Neptibus because Neptibus sends for cost. So the entire Mermail deck is pretty good against Valor and Imperm as a result, right? And if you add Deep Sea Divas into it, all of a sudden you produce more hands that just pass to Imperm or pass to Valor. Right, and that's not great, but it is possible to play those cards and make the deck more consistent on paper. But it's kind of awkward, I think. Similar to a Stellar, kind of similar to a Stellar, yeah. Okay. So maybe they scooped because they didn't want to show them what deck they were playing. Dude, I'm kind of sad because I just wanted to see them flip over all the water cards that aren't Neptibus. Anyways, that was game 2, so we are heading into a game 3, 1-1 between yours and last night, 777. You can play Abystius, but it's also worse than Neptibus. No, they play Abystius, right? They definitely play Abystius. I don't know if you play 3, but they do play it. All right, and we see Yoris going first here. Neptibus, there we go. It's not that hard. Just draw Neptibus. Oh, that's good against Mermail. That is massive against Mermail. Uh-oh. Now, the thing is here, Coelacanth is still a massive threat. So maybe the Droll Lockbird alone might not be enough. We'll see. Discard Abyss Pike. Looks like it goes unanswered, so we do get to summon another Pike. Oh, we play 3 Pikes. Okay, 3 Pikes, no other targets. 3 Pikes, no other target. So what is the... What are you looking for? There's no tuner especially, right? Which means we can't make Barrier Statue. Bahamut Shark. Yeah, that makes a La Virtue Dragon. But you can't search a trap with it. You can add back a material. Is 3 Pike standard? I would think in lists that play this guy, yeah. If you play this, you play 3 Pikes. If you don't play this, then you don't play 3 Pikes. Okay, so we add back a Neptibus from the graveyard to the hand. We make Mermail Abyss Lachia. Summon Poseidra. That gives you a rank 7. Shadow Squad summon from deck. Dragoons. It could be Dweller plus Gaios, right? Which is pretty good depending on what deck you're playing against. This is one of the craziest parts about Mermail. If they open Neptibus, even if you get hit with something like Droll Lockbird, which on paper is one of the most powerful interactions with the deck, you kind of just force them to play a fair game and their end board is still pretty good. Like, this is not like... This is not a weak end board. Dweller, Gaios, and Abyss Lachia is not bad. Because you can go Dweller, Detach Dragoons. Dragoons searches Infantry. You can discard the Infantry on the opponent's turn to get a pop. So they're under Dweller. You get an Infantry pop. You have Gaios. to negate a monster on the board, basically, or all monsters that are weaker than it. And you have the Abyss Lachia to search for follow-up as well. And you can access Poseidra, right? If you have Neptibus in hand, you can discard Neptibus to bring back Poseidra after you detach it. They did add back Neptibus, but they don't have the Poseidra in the graveyard yet. So it depends how this is sequenced on whether they can do that. But it's not trivial to beat this with 5 cards. Especially if they're playing a Fiendsmith deck, which is one of the most common going second decks we've seen today. Fiendsmith does not have a good time against Dweller. Ooh, the Millennium cards help a lot here. Genuinely, the Millennium cards are very strong. But they can't attack. While this card has material, level 5 or higher monsters cannot attack. This is something that people sometimes overlook with Abyss Guy. Also, this thing has 3,800 attack. So it basically negates everything. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit goes into the spell trap zone. Does not negate Combined Creation. Yeah, true. Combined Creation is big enough to not get negated by Gaios. Access Code Talker also would work. Okay, so we can make Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon here, and that will force the Gaios negate, right? Because you target it, try to put it to the spell trap zone, and then the Gaios is forced to negate that. Detach the Poseidra. And there it goes, negated. So now we can continue with a rank 8, maybe. The problem with a rank 8 is that it just gets outed, right? You have an out to a rank 8 here with the Mermail Abyss Lachia or the Mermail Abyss Rhine. Original is pretty good. Does Ogreing Gaios turn the negate off? It does, because it no longer has attack points if you destroy it. So they could have decided to hold the Ghost Ogre, and then when the Gaios negates something, they just Ghost Ogre it. And then because Gaios only negates cards with less attack, and it's destroyed, it just can't resolve. Basically. So yeah, it would have been a pretty good Ghost Ogre. Maybe it was the only monster in their hand, or maybe the other stuff is just still even better. They didn't search infantry. They did not search infantry, but they don't have to, because they have a Poseidra in the graveyard. So what you can do is you can go Mermail Abyss Lachia, discard Neptibus, Neptibus revive Poseidra, Poseidra send infantry for cost, and then you get the pop and the bounce. Like, genuinely, Mermail has great ways to disrupt the opponent, even without all the crazy things it does, right? Like, I mean, the deck has a lot of crazy options, but the Mermail disruptions themselves are actually pretty cool. It has some really cool ways to play on the opponent's turn. Most of the time, those don't really matter because people focus on, you know, hand-ripping the opponent with Mooling Glacia and summoning Barrier Statue of the Abyss and so on and so forth, and Abyss Dweller. But the Mermail interruptions are actually quite fun. Here's the thing. We're Snake Eye comboing right now, but under Dweller, you know, it's not that crazy. We do out the Gaios here with the Flamberge. Might be able to find lethal through. You think it's lethal through the Poseidra and the like the Poseidra bounce and infantry pop. I guess with a Cult by the Grave it would be. With a Cult by the Grave onto the Neptibus trying to revive the Poseidra, I could see it. If there's no Cult by though, I think it's not. If this card is destroyed by an opponent's attack or card effect, you can send a water from your deck to the grave. Ooh. Yeah, Lachia does have a pretty good interaction here. I don't think they knew about that, and I didn't either, to be fair. I did not realize it did that. All right, this is all happening in damage step, actually, so they can't even Cult by the Grave if they had it. So we are summoning one from the graveyard in defense position now. Is that right? Send a water from your deck to the grave, then target a water in your grave, special summon it in defense position. Okay, we're summoning back Coelacanth. And then Neptibus triggers to summon back the Storming Atlantean. Then we're using the Storming Atlantean in damage step to play around Cult by the Grave to send infantry. I would probably say bounce this and destroy this, because they're under Dweller, so the Flamberge does not activate. And all of a sudden, this does not look that good for Snake Eyes. Okay, we return it to hand. I guess that's fair. You don't want the Snake Eyes Flamberge to be in the Doom Dragon to be back in the extra deck. That also makes sense. Now we're still gonna attack over the Coelacanth, but we can't even attack over the Poseidra. We have to go main phase 2. And now we're under Dweller. It's main phase 2, so the Fiendsmith stuff doesn't even look that good here under Dweller. Should have summoned in attack position. You cannot do that. If the card says summon it in defense position, you can't just say you should have summoned it in attack. But we are in a similar spot to an earlier feature match that we watched, one of the first ones of the day, where if we pay some attention to Yoris Graveyard here, we will see 1 Dragoons, 2 Dragoons, 3 Dragoons in the graveyard, which makes it difficult for them to really, I mean, the next turn, I don't know how much they can really do with these Mermail cards, because a lot of the meaningful pushes are already out of the way. And we do lose another copy of Shadow Squad here, which is the second copy. Nice Fuva. They have Minstrel in hand to get back resources. They do have... How does Minstrel get back resources? Oh, does Minstrel have a graveyard effect to recycle stuff? There is ways to recycle in Mermail, but they don't always play them when special summoned. Okay, how do they special it though? They time out? They timed out. Okay, well, I guess we will never find out whether they would have had meaningful plays left or not because we timed out with the Snake Eyes. All right. Well, I mean, I like this game. I really like this game because it showcased some interesting stuff about the Mermail deck that goes past just like the crazy combos it can do on turn 1. Because that end board was still pretty good even after Roland Lockbird. Don't beat yourself up too much about it last night. It's all right. It happens. It was not the most. I also didn't know about the Abyss Alacia effect. If that makes you feel better. I was reminded about it by chat, so don't feel too bad about it. It happens. Let's check in with yugioh and Bronas. They were under Dweller, yes. They were under Dweller. Sengen Jin. A lot of Snake Eyes in today's tournament still. I must say. Looks like it is still going very strong. Of course, this is still, reminder, this is still with 2 bonfires and 3 original Sinful Spoils. Speaking of the devil, Ash Blossom on it. Fall by on that. Nice try. Looks like the Ash Blossom was the only thing we had, unfortunately, here, which obviously is rough going second against Snake Eye. You usually don't get very far with 1 Ash Blossom. I mean, they did have a Called by the Grave for it as well, which does not help. There is a Nibiru, actually. I spoke too soon. I did speak too soon. That is a good... I'm kind of surprised we haven't had a compromise for that Nibiru, but I guess we do have the Engraver in hand to just keep going. That gave me... That sounded like a... Or that felt like a Bestial there. That felt like a Bestial to me. The problem with a Bestial here on the Lurry is it's not good enough. Because it triggers the Vine Temple to bring out Flamberge. And then that can still go into Moon. Yeah. Oh. But Promethean Princess makes you not able to go into Moon. Because now you're locked into fire. Now you have to make a fire link monster, but just make Hita, but there's no fire for it. I guess you have to get rid of your token, which kind of works. It kind of works. Also, yeah. I just don't see the point. Basically, it's like there is a solution for this, but I don't see what this accomplishes. To bring the Promethean back. Because you basically lost one body for this, right? So it is Moon into Requiem, and then we can still bring back Engraver for the second body. We can also still make... Did we make Doom Dragon this game? No, we still have Doom Dragon. Oh, we're not going for Doom Dragon? Surely we make Doom Dragon right now. Yeah. And now sequence is looking pretty strong. Goes for Lacrima here. Could end on Caesar plus SP Little Knight, maybe? But then there's no fire. Could end on Appaloosa plus Doomed Dragon, which means there is a fire. Could make Caesar and just leave the other two as is. Alright, it is Fiendsmith Bestial, but I don't know if you can beat the Caesar in such a simplified game state. It's like so hard to beat a Caesar with 3 cards in hand. And we can't even have an Imperm because there was a Druis Worm on the field. Plus, there's also Promethean Princess in the graveyard. This card, Fuvalos off the top there, that hurts. That could have helped so much. The Fuvalos could have been the answer to all these problems they have now. Common Typhon? No, Typhon just gets... and there's an Imperm on top of that. Typhon just gets hit with Promethean, right? Maybe Typhon plus Called By for Promethean? But even then... Don't know. I don't see a way out. Thinking about it, but I can't figure out the last card in hand that would actually do it. I don't think Called by the Grave is good enough. Called by the Grave, I mean, I guess maybe Talents. It's Engraver. That's not good enough. Engraver or Sanct, but Sanct just gets Caesar as well. Caesar the Sanct, Caesar the Requiem, and then when Engraver comes back, you Promethean Princess it. Third, it's checkmate. Caesar can activate in the same chain? Yes, you can use both Caesar activations in the same chain, yeah. Well, the thing is, there are 3 minutes left. I don't know if they're trying to play towards that at the moment, but that even that does not really have a point. Like, there's no way you're gonna take 3 minutes for this. If a face-up Fiendsmith card you control is destroyed, you can set this card. Okay, we set Sanct. That is gonna save us. Sanct is gonna save us. I guess it does give us a response window. Every time they do something now, we can technically chain Sanct. I think they should just go battle phase quick to do some damage before they lose to that. Because they should win the game at this point. Stop hovering the Sanct! This is not game with Sanct. It doesn't have to be game with Sanct. It just needs to be more than 4,000 damage because they're behind 4,000 life points right now. Yeah, okay, we attack him now. Okay. Now it's game. One Fiendsmith token. One Fiendsmith token against the entirety of Snake Eyes. Surely that's gonna save you. Alright. Ambronas goes down to DGZO here. Three interruptions, not enough to stop Snake Eyes from doing its thing on the first turn. And they end up victorious here in top 32. And move on to the top 16. All right, GG's all around, everybody. It was a good round once again. I hope you enjoyed these games. Hope you're enjoying the Sunday Challenger Cup so far in general. We have the top 16 coming up next, so I'm going to go on a very short break. Just get myself some water, get ready for the top 16, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right, I said short break, and short it was. Our top 16 has just begun, or is about to begin. Most of the duelists are at their tables, some of which have already started, and we have just 4 more rounds left before we crown another champion. Let's hop into table number 8 here, where we have 2 players we have not spectated so far today. We have Kindia versus Euler. Let's see what's going on over here. We have Euler going first. With a Fiendsmith Tract. For the Lurie. Met with a Droll Lockbird. Okay. That is good, depending on what else we had left to do this turn, though. It also very much depends on the deck. If it's Fiendsmith Control, I don't think you care. We take a look at the hand. Ash, Poplar, and Bonfire, and Witch. Okay, do you think they have a starter? Do you think they have a starter, guys? I feel like they might have a starter for the Snake Eye engine. I feel like it's Diabell Star, because everything else, like... do not give him Poplar. Do not give him Poplar. Okay. It was the Diabell Star. Now, well, the Fiendsmith engine itself, if you start with Fiendsmith Tract, it does not actually care that much about Droll and Lockbird. It depends what other engine they might be playing with it. But for now, I guess this Droll and Lockbird is completely okay. We have Lacrima in hand. Don't have an extender now if you can deal with Ash. Yeah, like you know, in this instance, I could see just going for a Desiree with the Fiendsmith cards, and that already forces them to top deck a card, right? If they just don't draw an extender, they can't deal with Desiree. Send Fiendsmith in Paradise. Equip Requiem onto the Engraver. Or the Lacrima, doesn't really matter. So, does that mean we're going for Caesar? It looks like we're going for Caesar. Okay. Because if you would just wanted to go for Desiree, I don't think you would go for the Necroquip here. You would save the Necroquip. Yep, we're going for Caesar. So it is Caesar, Paradise... Follow up through Lacrima, pass. Okay, and we know it's Ash, Poplar, Bonfire. Normal summon Poplar it is. Divine Temple, kind of good here. I'm not gonna lie. So we Ash the Poplar. We Ash the Poplar, and the extender in hand, the card we've drawn for turn has to do some work here. Because Ash and Bonfire don't help at all. Nope, it does not help. Okay, Snake Eyes go down. It's... The duality between Snake Eye games is really remarkable sometimes. Because sometimes it looks like the most difficult to stop deck out there. And sometimes this happens. Which I guess is just the result of a lot of the cards just limited on the list. It's just like some games it unfolds its full potential still, and that full potential is still crazy. And some other games you see the hits actually, you know, matter, and it's just all of a sudden it just falls apart so quickly. So yeah, that was one of those games for sure. And we see Euler go up a game quickly here in this top 16, one step closer to the top 8. Drawing Poplar specifically can be very bad, especially if you have the other Snake Eye cards in hand, right? Like I think if it's your only Snake Eye card, the Poplar, you don't mind it, right? Because it's better than having no Snake Eye cards. But if you draw it alongside your Snake Eye Ash, alongside your Bonfire, like we saw in that game, it's just really awkward. And we'll see how game 2 goes here. After this relatively quick game 1, the talents there pretty strong, I would say. The talents definitely helped a lot in this situation with the info on the hand and knowing what to stop and taking away the Diabellstar extender. Like, it was pretty valuable talents. Oh, they want to go second now. Ooh, looks like we see a Tenpai angle here. Tenpai, discard Molcharmi Fuvalos in draw phase. Bestial Lubellion is the first action. Looks like it's Tenpai up against Bestial Fiendsmith, which is a very good matchup for Tenpai. It is very difficult to beat Tenpai with Fiendsmith Bestial in my own experience. Especially if something like Maxi or Molcharmi Fuvalos is used. Because it's so difficult to set up anything. Or both. Did I just say it's difficult if they have Maxi or Fuvalos? If they have both, it's even worse. Tenpai can break. It can. It can. You're not wrong. They're going to be on 5 cards now. And the Fiendsmith deck usually has non-engine. So we'll see. Maybe if you have like Valor Ash or something. I mean, at this point also it's just a guess that it's Tenpai, right? It could be a different deck. But... yeah. Oh, Ghost Ogre? No Ghost Ogre. Discarding Dominus Impulse. Okay, that is scary. Because if that was the worst card in their hand, I don't know how I would feel about this. Oh god. Oh. Gold Sarcophagus for Blaster. Add Genroku or Chundra directly to hand. Have a Kaiman. At this point, I do not see the way out here for Euler. I don't... Maybe if there is a way, I don't see it. Because we can't have 2 Ash Blossoms for Genroku and Kaiman. Because we certainly don't play Dominus Impulse or Dominus Purge in a Fiendsmith Bestial deck. Maybe DD Crow? DD Crow plus Ash Blossom? But I mean, it's super niche. They won't play that, right? They play Bestials. They probably don't play Crow. Don't turn that poor Lurry in attack position. Why are we still here? No, the Fiendsmith token again. Okay, we saw someone try and stop a full Snake Eye combo with a Fiendsmith Sanct token earlier. Now we're trying to stop a full Tenpai battle phase with a Sanct token. I mean, the Nibiru doesn't do anything here, guys. You can put up 5 monsters. Put up whatever you want. Summon everything. Nibiru a second time. It doesn't matter. You're not stopping it. You are not stopping it. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Oh, God. They had an answer for Ash Blossom as well. Yeah, and that's the reason why this matchup is so hard, is because Bestial Fiendsmith, just by the nature of the deck, plays a lot of non-engine that is good against a lot of decks, but not against Tenpai. Like, there's just not that many non-engine cards that are strong against Tenpais. Like, Valor and Imperm are solid. Ash Blossom is really good. Dominus Purge and Impulse are very good, but the deck can't play those. So, like, all those cards, all the Bestials, all the Nibirus, all those cards in your deck, maybe even Phantasme, they don't do anything against Tenpai. Ghost Ogre is, I would say, overall not very good against Tenpai. Like, Ghost Ogre would have been good in this particular game because they had Sangen Summoning, but that card is limited, so they very rarely rely on it. But yeah. Crow would have been good here. I mean, Crow is a card you can consider in Fiendsmith decks because it is good against other Fiendsmith decks, but it also is, it depends on the popularity of Tenpai basically, and the popularity of, like, let's say Mermail, because Mermail is another matchup where Crow is better than Bestials. All right. You've been Tenpai'd, and that means we're going to a game 3. And here's the weird mind game now, because this was game 2 after Kindia has lost game 1. They decided to go second on purpose. So what are they gonna do now for game 3? Do you just send them first? Hope they play Tenpai again? Or do you just play your going first deck anyways? Whatever that might be. Because so far we've only seen Bisteel Fiendsmith. Right? Kind of difficult. Kind of a difficult call to make here, I think. How's best of 3 been? I enjoy these tournaments a lot with best of 3. I mean, I thought Challenger Cups were always a good time, but I think the Swiss portion or like the earlier rounds are more fun if it's also a best of 3. I just like following the thought process, and I also really like the fact that people are submitting deck lists now rather than being able to just switch up different tech choices between games. I think the fact that you have to like settle on a deck or 2 decks before the tournament, I think is really cool. Because you can really follow certain decks through the tournament, right? Like you can just be like, you can really follow players that you know are on certain decks. And if you see someone, let's say in top 4 later, you know they've made it all the way to top 4 with those decks. Which is cool. All right, we go first. There's your answer. We have decided to go first, even though we might be up against Tenpai. And it is Mermail Atlantean. Okay, that is a strong deck for going first. But that is not a good start. I must say, Abyss Rin plus Pike is not okay, dude. Okay, we have Ash for it. We have Ash for it. We have Ash for it, but how strong of a combo is this even? Take a level 7, special summon it. This feels like we just don't have Neptibus access, right? Discard Molcharmy. Get Impermed. It's not Mermail's day. I'm telling you guys. Mermail is not it today. Pass your turn now. God. Oh. That better be a called by. I don't think it's called by, actually. I'm telling you why I don't think it's called by. I think if you have called by on your own turn, I think you called by Maxi before you Ash it, because Ash is the better card against Tenpai. Goodbye, Mermail. Goodbye. Why is Tenpai still good? Because they haven't gotten rid of anything from it. And the rest, here's the thing, it's very hard to weaken Tenpai further without getting rid of a card completely, because the rest, all the cards that are at 3 for Tenpai are highly replaceable. Like if they put Hydra to 1, for example, you might think, oh, that finally does it, but then they can just play other normal summons instead, right? Like 1 Dora Dora does the same thing technically, like it's the same concept. Or you can just play more copies of Genroku, which is also a good normal summon, right? You just play 3 Genrokus. So I don't think there's a solution to this deck other than actually putting a card to 0, personally. I think that's what would need to happen if they wanted to get rid of this deck in best of 1. Because in best of 1, I think there's just too many ways around. No matter what kind of limitation they put onto the deck, there's just too many replacements. So as long as it's possible, people are gonna do that in best of 1 because it's just strong. Okay, anyways, Kindia moves on to the top 8. Euler eliminated. The Mermail deck once again not delivering. Let's see what's going on between, who else do we have? We have Fanchar and Darth here. Let's go. Normal summon of Lacrima sends Engraver. Lubellion as well. Another Bestial Fiendsmith. A lot of Bestial Fiendsmith today, which is of course a deck that I really like, so I don't mind it at all. Banishing your own Lacrima is a little odd. Euler in chat right now. Yeah, I told you Mermail has consistency problems. You didn't listen. I've been saying. It looks like we have no target for Requiem right now. Double Imperm. Rough. We can still bring back Engraver and fuse with Track though. That's okay. Now we Charmy? I mean, okay, I guess. They haven't, you wouldn't have gotten a guaranteed draw so far. Gonna bring back the Lacrima from the banished pile. Gonna equip Sequence to this and pass. End phase, we get a Baldrake. I mean, okay, Magdamood. That hurts. What is this? Is this Tenpai again? No, okay, Lubellion. We Lubellion for a Druis Worm. We Baldrake away the Lubellion. We Druis Worm away our own Lubellion. Back and forth. Bestial versus Bestial, I think, is very fun. I like watching Bestial versus Bestial. Ether Barrel is a strong normal summon here. Gets the Drill Beam going. Might not be live yet though. I think that's a moon angle. Yeah, it's Bestial Fiendsmith up against Bestial Fiendsmith. I think Bestial Fiendsmith is a strong deck. I've had my problems with it when I played it myself, but it still is a strong deck. I think the particular reason why people like it in this tournament structure is I think it's like one of the safer decks to play going second, right? Like when you, let's say you win game 1 and you think your opponent is going to go first in game 2, I think it's just a very nice comfort pick to have for the situation. And now, ooh, Lurie discard by Nightmare Phoenix. I don't see that every day. Not a lot of Nightmare Phoenix in this deck usually. It is good now though because we did draw. the Lurry. Ooh, we Nibiru them back though. That's huge. That's a huge Nibiru. They have not declared Lordly Load yet though, so they can use Lordly Load to get a normal monster onto the field to make Drill Beam live, which is potentially pretty strong on the backswing. We also have not Engravered yet. Gets rid of the Nibiru, attacks for 1800. Declares White Dust On with the Lordly Load and passes turn. Playing White Dust On makes some sense here because it seems like we do not have room in the extra deck for Chaos Angel. We're prioritizing stuff like Nightmare Phoenix. Engraver brings itself back from the graveyard, but there is a Drill Beam ready to go. Drill Beam the Engraver out of here. But now the Bystials start going in. And we do get the Lubellion back. Also, the Druid's Prime solving this huge token for us, which is good. Lacrima for... Oh! I feel like we should have set up Paradise before the Lubellion hit the field, maybe. Yeah, now they get regained. That's not great. And now I think we're just Bystial controlling this Fiendsmith deck a little bit too easily here. But, I mean, here's the thing, right? Who wins here? One of them has Regained, the other one has Primite. I feel like Primite might still be slightly ahead because you can just Drill Beam the Regained at some point and then you have Primite and they don't have Regained anymore. Like, Primite is a really strong engine here, but how many Bystials are still... They haven't banished any Fiendsmith cards yet. So I think Primite might be okay here. They do have a Baldrake that's live though. You got to consider that. Second Lordly Load off the top. Not necessarily the best pickup. It depends on if they play 2 Drill Beams. If they can add another Drill Beam this turn that's immediately live, that's pretty good. They don't though. They just add a Roar. That's not great. Goes for Requiem with the White Dust on. Regained is going to trigger and target Magnamut. If only we had a Drill Beam ready to go, it'd be so good. We're gonna use Fiendsmith in Paradise, I think, to get rid of that Regained. But there's the question. Do they play 2 Regained? I've seen some lists play 2 Regained. I've tried playing 2 Regained myself. And that could be another deciding factor in this Fiendsmith versus Fiendsmith matchup. Magnamut has resolved, so we're gonna get another Bystial in the end phase. Desiree is going to recycle White Dust On back into the deck. And then we're going to send that Regained, which is massive. They do have Lacrima for Requiem. And there goes the Regained. Before it's drawn a card this turn. They have not drawn a card with Regained yet, so that's nice, at least. And this Engraver can now solve the Baldrake before it gets to banish anything. So that's neat. Oh, there it goes. We can chain Requiem though, because we also still have Paradise in the deck, I think, unless we've drawn it. So here's the Lacrima. Or Paradise. Yeah, I don't know. This is where I kind of doubt the... I don't know if the Primate cards are enough here. And there's another Bestial. No, I feel like normally Primate Engine outgrinds Bestials. But in this particular instance, I feel like the Bestials might be a little bit too overwhelming because they just have too many of them and they are a little bit too far behind to catch up with the Drill Beam. Here's the Ether Barrel. But you can't even make a play with like a sequence because there is still Paradise. You can reset Drill Beam. But is that enough to survive the next turn? Battle phase, we're just gonna take out the Lacrima. Stopping the Lubellion had to be done. This is all off of just one slight, maybe misstep. I don't know, with where they set up the Paradise a little bit too late before the Lubellion hit the board, right? Because that Lubellion hitting the board was pretty huge. Because the regain gave them Magnamoot back, which is 2 cards. It drew them a card, so like the regain was worth like 3 or 4 cards at this point. And there's the Paradise outing the sequence. They probably wanted to hit regain either way. I mean, yeah, they did hit regained just a turn later. So all right, so what we know now is they have a set Lordly Load, they have a set Drill Beam, and they have a Primate Roar in hand. None of those cards do much at this point. I mean, yes, you can summon out White Dust on here with Roar. But then what? Can we get a second body next to it? We don't have a normal summon. We've used Engraver already. We can equip it with... Okay, we can make Necroquip, I guess. We can make Necroquip. But that's not gonna hold. Wait. Why did you Nibiru yourself? Why did you do that? I feel like you just made your board weaker. What? Why did we do that? Yeah? Bro, that was just a White Dust on. So why? The White Dust on? You're afraid of a White Dust on? Why? Not that. Wait, no, that. I'm confused. And the White Dust on is back, anyways. Bro. I sacrifice all my Bestials to Nibiru your White Dust on just for you to bring it back with Lordly Load 2 seconds later. I think they still win. But if you just drill beam this engraver now, I think it's actually like not bad. This is the second engraver too. This is the second. Why are you not drill beaming the second engraver? Hello? Hello? Is the second one? One is already banished. Oh. I love watching Schmidt mirrors because there's just so many small decisions. It's very fun. My mind is still comprehending the fact that they had a much more threatening board last turn. And they just, oh god, they forgot about. No, the White House Sun is too powerful. And you know why it can't be destroyed by battle? Because you Nibiru the other one, making it so they used Primate Roar. Dude, this game just keeps on giving. It just keeps on giving. End phase drill beam, banish Baldrake, pass turn. I think now Darth is just winning. I think they just won the game. Why did you Nibiru yourself? Oh my god, I will never know. I will never know. Who says Nibiru is not good in this format, by the way? Nibiru did win them the game because the opponent used it on themselves. Man, was that game 1 or game 2 or game 3? I need to know. Hold up. Let me see. We have Darth winning a game. Darth winning another game. Okay, that win puts Darth into the top 8. All right, let's see who else is playing. Maybe someone we haven't seen yet. No, most other people seem to be finished. We have Boss versus DGZO. Let's just hop right into the middle of the game. Oh. We are in turn 2 in the battle phase. Okay. Ash on Paradise. Looks like Snake Eye's just going for the game here. What was your turn 1? Oh, that there's a banished engraver. So did you have a bestial? Where's the bestial? Oh no. Under Caesar? Why would the bestial be under Caesar? Crossed out. There's a cross out here. I'm just wondering because turn 2. Oh, it's boss's turn. Now I get it. I thought it was Snake Eye's turn to do damage, but it was Snake Eye just did full combo with the help of they crossed out Imperm and had a called by on engraver as well. Now I get it. Now I get it. Yeah, it was just Snake Eye combo that ended on this, and it was boss's battle phase. I was confused for a second. Okay. Well, that's not looking good for Schmidt. We haven't really dealt with anything yet. I feel like we've used our battle phase and 5 cards out of our 6 cards and everything is still there. The Caesar still has material, the IP is still vibing in the spell trap zone, the Flamber is still there, the Promethean is still in the graveyard. I don't know about this. Goodbye, Typhon. There's not even a card that stops them from just attacking, right? Like, we don't have to do anything here, do we? We have 10,000 damage on the board and a Caesar for whatever is in their hand. Ash, Called By, and Crossout. What can I do? You cannot do anything. If they start Diabellstar, Crossout, Called By, Ash Blossom, you cannot do anything. That is definitely not something you can prevent. Yep. And that is Snake Eyes marching forward like the unstoppable force that it still seems to be into the top 8 here for DGZO. Not stoppable here by boss, especially when they open Called By and Crossout. You just cannot interact with that deck. All right. So that was the top 16, everybody. We are getting closer and closer to crowning another Challenger Cup champion. We will see who will walk away with that PlayStation 5 at the end of the day. And we've got the next round of matches coming up soon. Our top 8 will start shortly. So don't go anywhere. The break is going to be short. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for top 8 and some more exciting Challenger Cup Master Duel gameplay action. So I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, duelists, 8 competitors remain as we are about to begin our quarterfinals. We have some very good matchups here. We have Has versus Teremiari. We've got Mist versus Electromite. yugioh against Kurzalewski. And then down here we have Darth against Kindia. And I believe the only pairing that has 2 duelists we have not spectated so far today is Has versus Teremiari. So why don't we hop into that one and see who comes out on top and moves on to the semifinals. All right, we have Teremiari going first. The Vanquish Soul Sleeves. And a Neptibus. Okay, there is a Mermail in top 8. I was not sure if there was one left. Because we have seen Mermail fall left and right earlier today, I feel like. I feel like so far it's not been a great day for Mermail. But they are here. Still represented by Terramiare in top 8. And they start with Neptibus going first. That is a good sign. Add Dragoons. Activate Dragoons in the graveyard. Maybe we can finally see the deck unfold its full potential here. I don't think we've anyone see full combo with Mermail yet, actually. It just hasn't happened. Activate Minstrel. Discard the other Dragoons. Take a look at the hand. Do we respond? We have something. 45 cards. We Gamma the Minstrel. We Gamma the Minstrel? We chain Molcharmi Fuvalos. We get Ashed. Okay, but doesn't this mean we have something else in hand that's very powerful? Because otherwise you would never Gamma the Minstrel, right? You Gamma the Minstrel because there is something in your hand that you care about. Otherwise, you could have just Gammaed the Neptibus, or you could have Gammaed the Dragoons in the graveyard to stop them from getting to the Minstrel. Interesting. Well, we'll see how this plays out. Because another possibility was also to just chain the Molcharmi. And if they ash it, you can try to Gamma the Ash. Well, okay. It's not Max C that they have. But now you're getting... Oh no, you're not getting... You're not getting Mooling Glacier yet. It must be Nibiru, right? We must be protecting a Nibiru with that Gamma. Yeah. Well, that's pretty good. Because Mermail now has a Mooling Glacier in hand, and that's an end phase. Okay, dude. A great showing for Mermail once again. I mean, granted, the opponent did draw Gamma, Nibiru, and Fuvalos. Goodbye, Mermail, once again. Well, I mean, not goodbye yet. Not goodbye yet, because that was just game one, quote unquote. Just game one. There is one or two more games, maybe, for the deck to redeem itself. They can go first once again in the next game if they want to with Mermail. Oh, yeah. And that felt like Snake Eyes, right? With 45 cards and Millennium, it probably was Snake Eye, right? Thea, the primal being, I think is worth dismantling. All right, going first once again here with Sage. Okay. I feel like this is the second time today that we've seen someone play Mermail and then just not believe in it again. Oh, yeah, okay. Hello. Has is drawing Gamma as consistently as I'm drawing Driver. That's impressive. Okay, actually. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I'll shut up. They have both. That's fair. That's okay. I feel like if your opponent draws Gamma and Driver, you can't really complain about it. I think that's a good compromise, right? I think that's a good compromise if you draw both. Ghost Ogre on the Wedgyu Temple. Pretty neat. And that was the only play. Okay. Ooh, I think we picked up a Diabell Star there. Both of them, actually. But we didn't have a play last turn past the Wedgyu Temple. So if we have an Ash for the original or something, he could probably be okay. I'm surprised the set cards are not imperm. But I guess that means like Fault by the Grave, Dominus Purge type cards. We do have Ash for the original, so that should work. Normal summon Oak without a target is definitely not the most threatening. Summon Oak battle phase has a different kind of aura. Give me 1 second. Charlie's complaining he wants some food. I'll be right back. We've top decked the Primite card. That sounds very strong. Well, we have original in the graveyard, but that's basically it. And it looks like Blue Eyes is going to be good enough to walk away with this game here for Terumyare. So the question remains, game 3, do you queue the Blue Eyes or do you queue the Mermail? We do have a Snake Eye Ash, but there's a Drill Beam and a Seals. Maybe... Okay. Not entirely sure what we have that makes us hold the Snake Eye. I mean, I guess the Snake Eye Ash just doesn't really threaten anything here against what they have. At the same time, how is that going to change next turn? Like, how is it going to get better? What's the... maybe... I don't know. It is 2 decks per player. Yes, exactly. It is 2 decks per player that they submit before the tournament, and they can switch between them as they like. It's not like they have to win with both decks or something. They can win twice with the same deck, technically, but like you basically have to bring 2 deck lists. So we get an extra card here, I guess. We did survive the turn, so that was fine. We survived the turn. Just got hit by a Blue Eyes once. And then we'll see. Does the 3rd card help here? At this point, there's a lot of cards in the deck that are also just not as threatening anymore. Like, for example, Millennium cards. We only have 3,400 life points. We Drill Beam Snake Eye Ash with the quickness. There it goes. And how do we extend? There's the Seng Engine, but like I said, that's not as threatening with 3,400 life points. And the Majesty's there. Okay, at this point, that's just... I don't even know if they needed the Majesty, but that just, you know, works even better. And that's going to be a win for Blue Eyes here over the Snake Eyes. And that means we are going to a game 3 between Has and Teremiare. Now, we've seen Has on Snake Eyes both games. We know Teremiare has Mermail and Blue Eyes. We'll see which deck he puts his trust in for going second. Presumably, Has is going to go first for the 3rd game. And we're going to see if we trust the Mermail deck more or the Blue Eyes deck more. Technically, I would say the Mermail engine is stronger going second. But we'll see what exactly they would like to do here. And we're also going to see if Has a secondary deck here that's maybe good into these decks. We'll see. All right. Has going first. It's 45 cards again, so it is the Snake Eyes, and we start with a normal summon of Poplar for the Divine Temple. Link 1 into Link Karibo. Activate Original, send Link Karibo. Or oh. So far, nothing from the side of Teremiare. No interruptions whatsoever. No Maxi, no Charmies, no Ash Blossom, no Effect Veiler. Which is making me think it's Mermail. Right? Because you would think the Blue Eyes deck would have had a lot of potential interruptions at this point already. Right? We would have probably seen something. Because that deck just plays a lot of those kind of cards. Even Dominus Purge could have been used on the Poplar. So, like, likely that it's Mermail is what I would say at this point. But we will find out. Is Mermail a going second deck? It can be built like one. It has a lot of cards that increase in quality when you are going second, like the new Poseidra. Because they get increasingly more powerful if your opponent has cards on the field. But generally, Mermail is played as a going first deck that just does okay going second. But like, yeah, only very rarely you see someone build Mermail specifically for going second. For this tournament is going first, second random, or based on previous games of the set. The loser of a game gets to pick first or second in the next game. So if you lose game 1, you can say, I want to go first game 2, or I want to go second game 2. You can decide it. And then no matter how the coin flips at the start of the game, like if your opponent wins the coin flip, they still have to let you go first. Even if even if they win the coin flip. So yeah, it's not random. After game 1 is random, of course. So far, it looks like we are able to conduct our combo here completely uninterrupted. So we'll see what they end on. I mean, usually you would expect it to be something along the lines of Desiree, Appaloosa, IP Masquerena in the Spell Trap Zone, Flamberge, and Promethean Princess in the Graveyard. Which is honestly a tough one to crack, no matter if it's Blue Eyes or even Mermail, which is typically a deck with higher ceiling going second, but even Mermail will have problems with that. I mean, Mermail struggles a lot with just Appaloosa alone, I think. Okay, we go for Lacrima, not Desiree. Engraver in hand. Doesn't go for Necroquip at some point to draw a card off of it, but sure. Goes for Tracked. Tracked into Lurie. That's going to give us an extra monster. Have we brought Engraver back from the graveyard yet? We have not. So this can be Appaloosa plus Caesar, I guess, depending on how you want to do it. I'm a little... This is a lot of cards into a potential Nibiru, but I guess at this point you can make the guess that your opponent doesn't have Nibiru. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair enough. Your opponent probably just doesn't have Nibiru. So this is where I think the Desiree is going to come in. Yep. So we can now make a Promethean Princess, and the particularly crazy part, of course, about this combo is the fact that Fiendsmith Desiree can negate your own cards. So you can turn off the Fire Lock off of the Promethean Princess here. So like this is typically what you'll see players do, is you equip the sequence to Desiree now, and then Desiree will negate your own Promethean Princess, and therefore you can still make IP Masquerena and then link off the Promethean into Appaloosa. Here. Or not. We're making Flamberge instead, Sunlight Wolf instead, but now you don't have IP Masquerena. Oh, the Engraver does it. Okay, fine. That works too. That works too. It's a very powerful move to recycle the Doom Dragon in turn 1. Because Doom Dragon is such a strong resource for this deck on the follow-up turn. Alright, so now it's just a matter of, can Mermail really... Because I do think it's Mermail. It could be Blue Eyes, but Blue Eyes has a much harder time against this. Like, Mermail is already... I don't think Mermail has an easy time against this at all. But Blue Eyes, I think, it might be completely doomed. We'll see. We will see what the hand allows them to do here, potentially. Let's see it. It is game 3, so they might as well play it out. If this Snake Eye board is strong enough, then they will walk away with the match and move on to the top 4. But it is Mermail here, and we are gonna start with the best normal summon in the deck, which is normal summon Neptibus, of course. So, promising start, but that is going to be solved by the IP Masquerena straight away, it looks like. We're going to go IP into SP to banish that Neptibus before it can even attempt to send something for cost. And then we're already going to have to, like, extend somehow. Maybe a droplet? Maybe a good droplet here could help. I don't know. Nope. Look, all that to already fold to just the SP Little Knight. We did not even make a scratch into that board. Mermail goes down here in the top 8. Seems like some other matches are already finished. What happened? We had... Yeah, we see Mist here take down Electromite 2-0, it seems like. We have Taz taking out Teremiari. Kurzolewski taking out DGZO 2-0 as well. The only match that's still running is Darth versus Kindia, and that's already in game 3. Darth versus Kindia is the last match of our top 8, and they are already in game 3. And we have Kindia going second, Darth going first. Beansmith tracked. Ooh, the Charmy gets ashed. Is there another one? No, there isn't. Lacrima gets impermed though. Okay. Trying to keep them off of Beansmith. Oh god. Oh my god. You okay? Good. We have Ash for the Samsara deloads. I was about to say they haven't even started with the main combo. Oh, Sharvara. Okay. Fancy. Hard draw Sharvara. Usually a one of. You have another response. I mean, here's the thing. What does this Sharvara really do is what I'm thinking. Because we have no card in hand to make anything happen with, like, Muckraker. The rival. We pop Rivalry. Okay. They came equipped for going first. Okay, Fiendsmith sequence. Sure. Sharvara set a trap. It's chamber. Sequence effect. Oh my god. Oh my god, they have nothing. They have nothing. They got completely decimated. Yeah. Yeah. Mole Charmy, Imperm, Ash, Impulse, Gold Sarcophagus, 4 Blaster. Probably just normal summon Chundra. Or Pydra, sure. No matter what, even if your opponent plays Paradise, I'm pretty sure this is a guaranteed win no matter how you do it. So, like, no matter how you do it here, you cannot You cannot, like, lose. And Ubel also typically doesn't play Paradise. At least the lists I've seen so far haven't really done it. All right, goodbye, Ubel. Goodbye, Ubel. And that is the last game of our top 8. Tenpai brings Kindia into the top 4. Still an absolute force to be reckoned with. Yeah, just use 4 interruptions on your opponent's turn and then activate a gold sarcophagus. Makes you the winner of the game. It is what it is. We have 4 duelists left for this tournament. We are headed into the semifinals in just a couple of minutes. I will be back with you guys very shortly, and we will find out who out of those 4 duelists will make it into the finals and who will eventually win the entire thing. And that'll be something you won't want to miss. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes for the top 4. All right, and there we are. 4 duelists left. That was quick today. I did not expect the tournament to go by this quick, but I guess the top 8 just was a lot of 2-0 victories. We have 4 duelists left. We have at table 1 has taken on Kindia, and on table 2 we have Mist challenged by Kurzalewski for the spots in the finals, of course. Let's check in with table number 2 because we did just spectate Has and Kindia in top 8. So let's go and see what's going on between Mist and Kurzalewski here. Of course, Mist being a already qualified player for this year's World Championship because they won the last Duelist Cup. So here we go. We have Kurzalewski winning the coin toss and selecting first here in game number 1 of top 4. And we do so with a Sengen Jin. So we do know both of these players have the Snake Eye deck in their lineup. Mist activating and resolving a Maxi. That is one of the biggest weaknesses of the Snake Eye deck, I would say, is the Maxi. We do have a Talents though. Take a look at their hand, see how bad it really is. Maybe we can just pass if their hand's not great, but that does not look like a hand that we can just pass against. There's an Ibiru. There's 2 Millennium cards. There's a Bonfire and a Divine Temple. Now, of course, taking away the Bonfire is pretty good here. But if you don't keep going, those Millennium cards sure are scary. We have our own Divine Temple. Maybe if we have like a Ghost Ogre, we can pass? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know if these Millennium Fiendsmith Snake Eye decks have room for Ghost Ogre. We do pass. We do pass. So we have to have something in hand, right? We can't just be on no interruptions. Maybe our own Maxi could be nice. We'll see. A lot of lists are only on high impact right now. Yeah, I see. Of course, I see a lot of Snake Eye decks on Droll and Lockbird because it's so good against Maxi as well. But they clearly didn't have that because they probably would have gone for that. Or maybe, depending on the hand. We start with Golem. We know that was there. So that's going to be the first push here. A2000. Will we allow it? We do have our own Maxi. Now, did we draw an out to that? No, we did not draw an answer to Maxi off the top. So it's only fair. We're getting Maxi'd back after resolving our own Maxi. And now we are faced with a decision here. Do we go in? Because I don't think you can realistically pass the turn, right? Because our opponent already has so many resources. At the same time, is it really likely that we can push into this Maxi realistically? There are going to be 3 bodies in the way here. Poplar, Ash, and Sengenjin. There's only 6,000 life points to go through, however, so maybe that helps. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think just passing is an option here. I feel like at this point, we just have to go in and hope it works out. Is the only thing I can see. We're going to place Sengenjin from hand and deck with the Vedru Temple. We're going to use Sengenjin to summon itself out successfully, drawing another card here for the opponent. Adding the 3rd Sengenjin from deck to hand, which we can then place into the spell trap zone to then go for the Doomed Dragon. Of course, we've seen these lines a couple of times today. It's just this time around, our opponent is going to draw a card every time we do one of these moves. Which is certainly rough, but I feel like at this point we are past the point where we can just pass. I mean, we do know that Mist had a Nibiru in hand, so that is something, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Snake Eyes Oak was the card we've drawn for a turn, I believe. If I remember correctly, that was not in hand yet when we looked at it with talents, so I think that was the unknown factor in the hand for Mist here, and so that means we have to go in. Basically. And so we do go in. Poplar activates its effect, grabbing the original. It just depends on, do we have Bestials in the deck? Do we have Nibiru in the deck? Do we have some ways to throw stuff in the way of these attacks for Kurzalewski? Because otherwise, we can definitely still put out 8,000 damage, or 6,000 damage is all we need to do. We actually are in the battle phase now. This might just work. Now, a singular Bestial can stop this from being 6,000 damage, but so far it's not looking like... Is there even a light or dark in the grave? There is not, and it goes through, and Mist under max C just pulls through, does not get Nibiru'd, and eliminates... Well, does not eliminate Kurzalewski, but wins game 1. One step closer to being in the finals of yet another Challenger Cup. Taking the, basically, both players were under max C. The difference was just Mist had a battle phase. So they just pulled through, ignored the max C essentially, and just did the damage. The Millennium Engine really is so strong. Like, I'm a little surprised that we didn't see, like, any sort of hit to the Millennium cards. At the same time, I guess they don't want to touch the fan favorite Exodia deck as like a drive-by from Snake Eyes, right? I guess that must be the reason. That like you don't want to hurt the Exodia deck just to hit the Snake Eye deck, I guess. All right, and game 2, we see a Droll and Lockbird. Actually, it's not 1-1. Let me see. We are on the Droll and Lockbird here, which is going to definitely impact how we can play this turn, but we can still definitely go for Fiendsmith. Summons out that Royal Lacrima from the deck. Sending Engraver. Now the thing is, do we do more than that, or is it just going to be the Fiendsmith combo into like Caesar or Appaloosa? I like how the Millennium cards put the Sky Striker board into the hype music moment right from turn 1. you just pay 4,000 with the Millenniums, and there you go. You got the hype music. Is Royal Lacrima common? I mean, it's just as rare as any other Royal, I guess. I don't know. The odds on Royal Lacrima are the same as the odds for other Royals. Uh-oh. Droll plus Nib is certainly good here. Yeah, Droll plus Nib is going to be enough to make him pass. And there's Wanted. Uh-oh. It might be a short top 4, at least the first match here, depending on how this turn goes, because Droll plus Nibiru hurt a lot there. And now we go in with the Wanted, see if there's an answer to it. I do think the set is likely Impermanence, because Called by the Grave would have probably been used on the Droll and Lockbird, so it is Impermanence. Negating the Diabell Star. So we're gonna need a little bit more than that to get into the Snake Eye cards, but there is Sengenjin as well, such a powerhouse of a card. And it seems like there's no Ghost Ogre to pair with it, no Maxi either. Maybe our own Droll and Lockbird? No. Royal token when? You know what? A Royal Nibiru should make a Royal token. It really should. I mean, here's the thing. We're on 4,000 life points because of the Millennium cards. So we are just gonna go down here, I think, to whatever. We don't even have to commit much to threaten 4,000 damage here. We can just go Engraver, pop the token, make Sequence, make Lacrima, bring back Engraver, move to battle phase. And that could potentially already be the end to this top 4 match. And we do see the concession. Writings on the wall. Droll plus Nibiru was enough to eliminate Kurzalewski from the tournament. And we see Mist, our European World Championship representative, move on to the finals in the Challenger Cup. And we see who's joining them from the other side of the bracket. We've seen these 2 games finish, while Haas and Kindia have only finished 1 game so far, with Haas coming out on top there. So the score currently is Haas 1, Kindia 0. And we'll see how game 2 goes. Starting things off with Engraver or Tracked. Droll and Lockbird. Gets called by the Graved. I mean, I was about to say Droll and Lockbird has felt like a very strong card today. But of course it gets called by the Graved here. But I feel like, I mean, any card doesn't do anything when it gets called by the Graved. I think the Droll and Lockbirds today that have resolved looked pretty strong. Oh, we passed the turn because Engraver was our only play, it seems like. Huvalos was also there, by the way. We were ready to go. Diabell Star sets original. Original gets ashed. Counter called by the grave. Uh-oh. Imperm on Snake Eye Ash is good. Okay, we go for the battle phase, so we don't have much more. We're just going to be Linkaribo passing. Both of these duelists, very strong mini-gamers. No play drawn, though. Oh, the original in the graveyard. The original for follow-up in the graveyard. For Oak. Joel, that's a little too late, I believe. Golem. For Fiendsmith. Now, the Droll is good here, but I think that one is slightly too late. Because we can still do all the Fiendsmith stuff in the world. And then also still normal summon Snake Eye Oak. Last card Nibiru would have to come down here. Ah, ooh, Oak. Oak before. Okay. Adds the... Is this enough damage? Probably. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it this way. Yeah, that puts them to 900. Linkaribo to 600. And now Lacrima Burn. Lacrima Burn is going to spell the... Underworld Goddess. Okay. Underworld Goddess and then Burn for 1200. Is going to be enough here to put Haz into the finals, and we see the finals between two players who have basically only played Snake Eyes, I think, for the entire day. They have a secondary deck, but I don't even know which one it would be. Like, I don't think we've seen either of these on their secondary deck yet. We just see both of these on Snake Eyes. Definitely the best deck of the format at the moment still. And I mean, this is also, I will say, this is before the new Forbidden Unlimited list update. So this is before Bonfire goes to 1. These players have 2 Bonfires in their decks most likely, unless they're already testing for the new adjustments. But Bonfire is still at 2 and Original is still at 3. But yeah. So that's going to be our finals. I'm going to go to a very short break just to adjust the overlays and stuff like that for the finals. We'll be right back with Haz versus Mist, 2 regulars in the Challenger Cup scene, of course, going at each other in the finals of today's Challenger Cup. Hope you're enjoying the tournament so far. We have got one more hype match left to determine the winner of the tournament. Hope you're sticking around for that one. I'll see you guys in a little bit for the finals. All right, everybody, welcome back one last time for the Sunday stream today. We have our two finalists who have just started their match for one last best of 3 of today's Challenger Cup. The winner of this will walk away with a PlayStation 5. The loser will still walk away with a decent chunk of prizing. But, of course, that PlayStation 5 is what these players are aiming for. We've got Haas on the left versus Mist on the right. Once again, I said it before, I'll say it again. Mist representing Europe this year at the World Championships because they won the last Duelist Cup. So, of course, they are also a favorite in today's tournament, as they always are. But Haas also a veteran Challenger Cup grinder. So let's go and see how this finals plays out. We have game number 1 starting right now. All right, and Haas wins the coin toss here, goes first with a Fiendsmith Engraver. Now, we've seen both of these duelists on versions of the Fiendsmith Millennium Snake Eyes. So, Droll and Lockbird here actually ends the turn straight up for Haas. Moves over to Mist's turn. Special summons Cash Tira Unicorn. That's the first time we're seeing that today, I believe. And follows it up with a Fiendsmith Engraver of their own. Uses Tract. Discards Lurie. We have a Molcharmy here on the other end. And a Maxi. Okay. Sure. Bubbles. Okay, Lacrima. Summoned from the deck. Now here's the thing. Do we keep going? Yes, we will, because we have another copy of Droll and Lockbird. We see both crazy uses of Droll and Lockbird in the Snake Eye deck. Number 1, you can stop your opponent. Number 2, you can stop Maxi and Fuvalos. And we're going to Talents for hand. And that's going to force a concede out of Haas here. Unlucky game 1. Quick game 1. Especially. These Snake Eye Mirror matches just so volatile. Sometimes one card resolving or not resolving can make the entire difference there. And in this case, of course, 2 copies of Droll and Lockbird countering the opponent's turn, and then also the Maxi and the Molcharmy on your own turn was enough to prompt Haas to move on to the second game, because they saw the writing on the wall. They knew Snake Eye could finish the game that turn, and it is what it is. All right, second game, we have Herman just 1 game away from becoming the Challenger Cup champion for today. Oh, just normal summon Snake Eye Ash. Now that is significantly better into Droll and Lockbird, because at this point you already have your Snake Eye cards ready to go. But there's no Droll, there's also no Maxi so far. I think Snake Eyes need more support. They should make more Snake Eyes support, right? They really should. There is something, though. There is something on the side of Mist, I think. I saw the response when the thingy go over there for a second. Aren't they getting Vengeance Dragon eventually? Yeah, but I feel like Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon, even though it is called Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon, is more of a White Forest support card. Alright, original Scent Poplar. I feel like we've telegraphed a Molcharmy there a little bit, and there it is. There is the Molcharmy for Valos. And it is going to resolve, so that's going to be rough. But we at least have already made the IP Masquerena, so we kind of have our plan B already established, I guess. The bubbles have been applied. Ooh, a neat little Ghost Ogre here on top, just to deal with the Snake Idea Bellstar. I like it. Not like the Snake Idea Bellstar is offering them crazy advantage here, but why not? Actually, maybe holding Ghost Ogre for the IP Masquerena was a move. Maybe we have two. We'll see. 5 cards in hand here, and quote-unquote just IP Masquerena for Haas. Plus whatever is in the hand. We see a Golem. Activate Golem, pay 2,000. No response. There it is. Add Wedju Temple. No Maxi either is the big news. You gotta SP the Golem? Maybe, but like they didn't. We'll see. Okay, so at this point it's been established Haas does not have Maxi, does not have Ghost Ogre, I would say. Does not have Droll and Lockbird. So I'm running out of cards that I could name that would be super strong here. Lacrima and Sangenjin. Nibiru is an option, of course. That would help. Take the Lacrima. Yoink. What was theirs is now ours. So send Paradise one time. I don't think they play Paradise. Yeah, even if Paradise, they wouldn't have a Light Fiend for it. But I mean, taking away the Lacrima from the spell trap zone could potentially be annoying. You can also make a bigger Appaloosa now if you want to. It could be a 3,200 Appaloosa. Which is worth something, I guess. I'm a little surprised there's no second Ghost Ogre. I'm a little surprised about the Snake idea. Oh, okay. Sure. Goddess. We did see the Goddess make a brief appearance in an earlier game. So we choose to make Underworld Goddess here. There's a bonfire behind all that. That is criminal. Okay, Poplar. No Ash Blossom for that either. I just don't feel like Mist is stoppable today. It does not feel like a you can just stop Mist kind of day today. These Snake Eye hands are too powerful. Last patch of Snake Eyes. You think it's the last patch of Snake Eyes? You think, like, watching this deck today, how many games you think have been decided by, like, the specifically Bonfire or specifically original Sinful Spoils in hand, right? I don't know if this is the last patch of Snake Eyes. I think Snake Eyes is still very fine. There's just so much power that also just stems off of the Millennium cards, the Fiendsmith cards. Appaloosa in general is doing a lot of work for this deck. You know, Zombie Vampire. There's like a lot of other factors to this deck than just Bonfire. Of course, losing a Bonfire hurts, but I think a lot of these games would still go the same. Goodbye, Underworld Goddess. You are now home in the Spell and Trap Zone. Necroquip, Princess, then Engraver. Make Caesar probably to play around Nibiru. And then follow things up with the original Sinful Spoils. And I think we're good to go. There he is. Caesar. Normal Summon Oak. And that is the game. Snake Eyes takes yet another Challenger Cup. I mean, it was always going to be Snake Eyes, either Has or Herman, but Mist is the winner of today's Challenger Cup. Our European Worlds representative does it again, takes down another tournament with the help of Fiendsmith Millennium Snake Eyes. The deck still as dominant as ever. Congratulations to Mist for winning the entire thing. Congratulations to Has for a very honorable second place. Yeah, no, a very, very strong showing for the deck once again. We will see soon. Soon enough. I think it's like is it 1 week until the new Forbidden and Limited list is in effect? We will see in a week whether the changes will stop this deck from being as powerful as it is, but for today, it was definitely still the deck to beat, and it has not been beaten. So Snake Eyes, in the hands of Mist, wins the tournament. Congratulations once again. I hope you guys enjoyed the tournament. Thank you to Konami for sponsoring and hosting the Challenger Cups. Always a pleasure to be commentating high-level competitive Master Duel gameplay. I hope you guys had a good time as well. And that's gonna be it for today. I'll see you guys soon. I don't know. I'll inform you about the stream schedule for next week, because it's a little bit different, because I'm gone for the French National Championships soon. So I'll inform you about that. But for now, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I will see you guys next time. Have a wonderful rest to your Sunday, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye, everybody. Peace.